Recording in progress.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite the Rector of Pattimura University, who will be represented by Postgraduate School Director of Pattimura University, to deliver his welcoming remarks and officially open the event. Please welcome Professor Dr. Domingus Male. Prof, time is yours.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Best wishes to all of us. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, and Salam Kebajikan. Dear colleges, professors, lecturers, and scientists, and all invited speakers, good morning. Before we kickstart the conference, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude and welcome you to the International Conference of Promoting Blue Economy Through Protected Production Strategy 2022 on behalf of Pattimura University. I am also pleased to welcome our keynotes and invited speakers, Pak Leonardo Teguh Sambodo from Bapenas, Professor Amanda Brusset from Southern Cross University, Australia. Hi, Mandy. Professor John Spicer, Plymouth University, United Kingdom. Dr. Matthew Bertin from University of Rhode Island, USA. And Mr. Masanori Kobayashi from Japan. And Dr. Victor Nikiulu from Indonesia. As an archipelagic nation with enormous ocean resources and a variety of economic activities that rely on the ocean, countries like Indonesia must have a comprehensive plan to safeguard their citizens' welfare. Incompatible with long-term sustainability practices in the ocean economy, they have exacerbated environmental problems. When the marine environment is allowed to degrade, coastal economy and way of life are negatively impacted. Therefore, the transition to the blue economy has the potential to increase gross domestic product or GDP growth and contribute to the achievement of sustainable development goals. This can be achieved by promoting sustainable consumption and production, sustainable industrialization, environmental and biodiversity preservation, and social inclusion by reducing poverty and creating jobs. This conference provides an efficient forum for academicians, researchers, and practitioners to advance sustainable knowledge, research, and technology, share and update knowledge, and strengthen collaboration between, for example, Pattimura University and other institutions, including Southern Cross University or Plymouth University, for the betterment of humanity. Therefore, the primary purpose of this conference is to facilitate the exchange of ideas, and it is hoped that all parties who can benefit from this conference will be able to apply the information gained from this conference to the management of activities in their respective areas. Last but not least, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the advisory board, organizing committee, and volunteers who have contributed directly and indirectly to the success of this conference. The committee has created an exciting scientific program and is working diligently to secure internationally renowned and highly esteemed speakers to lead it. Please accept our sincere apologies on behalf of Pattimura University for any inconvenience that may occur before, during, and after the event, despite our best efforts to be professional. I wish you a fruitful conference full of stimulating discussions and knowledge sharing so that we can all look forward to a prospect and innovative knowledge, research, and technology to keep our ocean healthy and sustainable. May God grant us all good health for the success and enjoyment of this event. Then, by thanking to God Almighty, I, on behalf of Rector of Pattimura University, declare the conference open. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now continuing our meeting to the next agenda. That is to hear the keynote speech, which will be delivered by Dr. Leonardo A.A. Teguh Sambodo from Indonesian Ministry of National Development Planning. The keynote speech will be moderated by Dr. Irma Kesaulia, MSc, PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pak Teguh and Ibu Irma.
Thank you, Idonia. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Irma Kesaulia, and I will be moderating this live presentation. Before we begin, I have a few housekeeping notes. Firstly, this session is being recorded to be available for viewing post-conference. Secondly, if you have any question for the presenter, please use the chat features in this Zoom webinar for presenter to answer after his presentation. Thirdly, or lastly, the presenter will have 20 minutes for presentation and followed by 5 minutes for a question from attendees. I will read question out loud for the presenter to answer as time permits. Now, let's please welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Leonardo A.A. Teguh Sambodo, and allow me to introduce him by reading his brief curriculum vitae. Dr. Teguh Sambodo got his master's degree from Cornell University, Ithaca, New York, USA, and his PhD degree from Lincoln University, Lincoln, Canterbury, New Zealand. He has had several working experiences in different departments at National Planning Bureau, as we call it, Bappenas. And the current position that he has had since 2016 is Director for Industry, Tourism, and Creative Economy in National Planning Bureau, Bappenas. Without further ado, I would like to welcome the keynote speaker, Dr. Teguh Sambodo, to deliver the speech with a title, Blue Economy Development Frameworks. Dr. Teguh Sambodo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Irma. Good morning to all of you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished speakers, Dr. Domingus Male, and also Dr. Shelly Pati Peiluhu. Thank you for inviting Bappenas to deliver a keynote speech in this international conference series, Promoting Blue Economy by Protection Production Strategy, organized by Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, Pattimura University. Let me start with allow me to share some of the materials that have been prepared to set the context for this important conference. Bappenas currently has developed an Indonesia Blue Economy Development Framework. This is a document that we are hoping to become the reference for many stakeholders in Indonesia in working together in promoting the development of blue economy in Indonesia. One of the urgency that we see after the COVID-19 pandemic is that there is an opportunity for us to build for better, greener, bluer, more inclusive. The COVID recovery. The COVID-19 recovery offers an unprecedented opportunity to reset and structurally transform economic and social system. And hopefully, with our efforts together, we can transition to a more to a blue economy by securing sustainable industrialization, sustainable consumption and production, as well as on how we can conserve the environment for the future generation. All of this has been facilitated through our commitment to achieve the sustainable development goals. The other important factor that for Indonesia to develop blue economy is that we have so many modalities. We are the largest archipelagic countries in the world. We have so many territorial sea area. We have one of the longest coastline in the world, and we have many of our population working in the ocean economy. With the exclusive economic zone, Indonesia has the right also to manage and utilize all of its ocean resources for the purpose of exploration, as well as to create welfare for the people. Blue economy is offer us many potential on how we can achieve sustainable development, as it is not only related to the SDG goal number 14, but also number one about poverty, on how we can also reduce poverty, on how we can reduce hunger, on how we can improve how we can provide affordable energy, on how we can also provide inclusive and decent jobs, on how we can create more economic value added through industrialization, infrastructure, through blue infrastructure, as well as to promote research and innovation, on how we can promote responsible consumption and production, and how we can also contribute to mitigate the risk from climate change, as well as on how we can collaborate together to promote a more sustainable development. So for this reason has prompted Bappenas to redesign our economic transformation of Indonesia to become more inclusive and sustainable. There are 6 strategies that we are devised. The first strategy is related to to increase human resource quality. We would like to have a better healthcare system, better education system, as well as we would like to promote research and innovation. We would like to promote more talent for Indonesia to become more advanced country, to be able to adopt new technology and to advance it. And the second strategy is to related to economic productivity. We see blue economy as one of the opportunity that Indonesia can tap in, on how we can uh, improve our economy through the utilization of resources from the ocean, but as well as we can maintain the resources for future and sustainable development. And with the green economy, we hope that with our commitment to promote low carbon development and circular economy will also provide a more boost for our economic development. With the COVID-19 pandemic, the digital transformation is also important for Indonesia. So that is why we hope that with digital transformation, we can utilize digital infrastructure and also strengthening the utilization to become the enabler for our future development. As a archipelagic country, we also realize that Indonesia need a better accessibility and connectivity across islands to facilitate the movement of talents as well as products and services in order to improve the livelihood of the people. And lastly, as one of our initiatives under Pak Jokowi era, the New Growth Center, especially to balance the development between the western and the eastern part of Indonesia. Promoting a sustainable ocean for Indonesia within our strategy for economic transformation, we believe that it can drive also economic growth for Indonesia. As our estimation that by the implementation of low carbon development can generate an average of GDP growth rate of 6% per year until 2045. This is a big contribution. And as we see that promoting a sustainable ocean economy will be prioritized across different sectors, whether it is for short-term goals or for long-term goals. And the environmental risk is considered low. Why this is possible? We see that as Indonesia has many area covered by ocean, this is one of the modalities on how we can develop optimally our resources. But also we realize that there are challenges and opportunities. 3 sectors are facing the economic cost of greater pollution, overfishing, and a changing climate right now. The fishing sector, tourism sector, and shipping industry. These 3 sectors will need our consideration on how we can provide solutions, whether it is related to new technology, on how we can also apply better law and regulation, on how we can also educate our population, our business sectors in utilizing our resources. But as well as we also would like to provide better infrastructure and also basic services to the people in order for them to become to have a better livelihood. And more opportunity actually are offered through blue economy. This is not only related to the resources, but more sectors to be developed through research and development and better education. So that is why as Indonesia started to look into the opportunity in blue economy, we announced the Blue Economy Development Framework document for Indonesia economic transformation. We launched this in November 25th, 2021 during the Sweden-Indonesia Sustainable Partnership Week. And hopefully the blue economy can be a powerful tool for Indonesian economic development as an engine of economic recovery and transformation. This is the message from our minister. And what we would like to promote in the next few years is on how we can uplift the traditional sectors in blue economy. For example, fisheries and aquaculture, marine-based industry and trade and tourism, as well as we would like to promote emerging sectors, including renewable ocean energy, bioeconomy, research and education, environmental and resource management. Hopefully, with these sectors, we can work together on how we can utilize our resources, but as well as we can maintain the resources to be able to be used for future generation. But in order to develop the blue economy, sustainable blue economy in Indonesia, we would like to have enabling policy environment. So that is why we started with the National Medium-Term Development Plan 2022 until 2024 that has outlined several strategies for sustainable marine resources management, including on how we can improve the management of marine and fishery resources, on how we can encourage the industrialization of various commodities, processing it into a more higher added value products, and then how we can improve the competitiveness of our tourism destination, including the marine tourism, and how we can develop also sea transportation connectivity. This is part of the blue infrastructure, and how we can prevent and restore the coastal and marine ecosystem that have been damaged. And maybe we can also promote an education for the people on how we can work together to conserve the resources, and of course on how we can also optimize our effort to our commitment to low carbon development. The strategies to the improve fisheries and marine management has been outlined more elaborated in the National Medium-Term Development Plan. And for the future plan, we hope that we can also utilize different commitment that we have, whether it is in the form of law, in the form of international cooperation, in the form of an Indonesian ocean policy, even in the financial sector, on how we can finance the development of blue economy. This is important because we need not only about law and regulation, but also we need to make the project works, the program works, and the policy works. So that is why it is important for us to think about an overall approach for developing the policy framework from the ecosystem for blue economy development in Indonesia. We also try to arrange on how different line ministry, there are about 18 ministries related to blue economy in Indonesia, and try to define the division of labor for each. Hopefully with this clear division of labor, we can work together based on our competencies and complement each other in order to achieve the targets of blue economy development in Indonesia, as well as for the future and sustainable development. And there is another initiative that has been started by our ministry, including the potential for developing blue financial instruments, whether it's about blue bonds, parametric insurance, environmental impact association, or a debt for nature swap. Blue bonds may become one of the initiative that we would like to announce early next year. Based on our experience in issuing green bonds and also SDGs bonds, these two bonds have been launched um, until 2021, and we were successful in launching this bond, and hopefully with the framework provided by SDG security framework, we can learn on how we can also provide a good basis for us to set up blue bonds. Later on, we hope also that the blue bonds can be used to finance real projects that can support the development of new added value products, as well as to improve the livelihood of people. Main step, there are of course some steps to be prepared in order to launch the blue finance in Indonesia. We need to determine the classification of blue finance requirement to support the general criteria for investment in sustainable blue activities, and also identifying the type of investment in the strategy on how to best met with the interest of the investors to create a sustainable business, and also to define how large scale investment can stimulate investors to obtain viable and credible business opportunities. And lastly, the government would like to work with the financial institutions to define supply chains value by providing education on risk minimization in business processes. All of this will become the material, the focus of the blue financial framework that is currently being developed by Bapenas with the support of the World Bank. Now the way forward. As we have launched the Blue Economic Development Framework for Indonesia Economic Transformation, and we also highlight this issue during the G20 Development Working Group with the main focus area 3, green economy, including blue economy, low carbon development, and climate resilience. We are now developing the Blue Economy Development Roadmap. The development of this roadmap is supported by the EU project in Indonesia, RAS Plus, and also UNRC, ILO, UNEP, the Swedish Agency for Water and Marine Resources, and Econusa Foundation in Indonesia. We hope that by working together with this organization, we can develop a more comprehensive blue economy development roadmap for Indonesia. As this process is still ongoing, hopefully from this international conference, we can also get some inputs on how Indonesia can have a more comprehensive blue economy development roadmap. And maybe later on, we can work together as well as to improve the current draft of our roadmap. This roadmap will also become one of the highlights in the Indonesian presidency in ASEAN in 2023, with the hope that this will become one of the deliverable when Indonesia would like to promote that ASEAN should also need a blue economy development roadmap by its own. This is important as many ASEAN countries are also an archipelagic country. Blue economy in G20 particularly has highlighted some important aspect of how we can collaborate to achieve global action on how we can enhance the provision of climate finance by developed countries, on how we can support the elaboration of long-term vision and planning for for a transition to a blue economy, and how low carbon technology can be provided that is cost effective at scale for the people. And for that, Indonesia has committed that during the presidency, G20 presidency this year, that blue economy will also become one of the highlights of the Indonesia development for the next 5 years. And for us in Bappenas on how we can also later on monitor the development of blue economy in Indonesia, we are trying now to develop the Indonesia Blue Economic Development Index, or we can call it the Indonesia Blue Economy Index. We would like to measure on how each province can sustain the three pillars of sustainable and inclusive development. These three pillars are developed based on different SDGs, and hopefully with this new index, we can also advise different stakeholders in different provinces on how they can work together to improve the stage of blue economic development in their region. Beside this index, we also noticed that we need also to explore on how government intervention can be aligned to different findings from this index, and also on how we can advise the research and education can improve technological development that can benefit the people involved in blue economy development. The index also, we hope that this can also encourage better coordination among line ministries, including between the national government and the local government. This is one of the example of the preliminary results of the eBay calculation. It seems that the province of Riau Islands has scored a better blue economic index, but we need to also explore what are the main ingredients of this index in order to translate it to a more tangible action for the province to follow up. This is still working in progress, but hopefully with this index, we can work together on how we can monitor our effort in promoting blue economy, as well as to improve, to continuously improve on how we can facilitate the blue economy development in Indonesia. And lastly, I also would like to invite collaboration. This is still continuous collaboration with different stakeholders as guidelines, as guided by the SDGs principles on how we can promote partnership between government and parliament, academy and expert, philanthropy and business, and civil society and organization and media to promote blue economy development in Indonesia. Thank you again for the invitation, and hopefully this international conference can come up with a constructive suggestion and recommendation for blue economy development in Indonesia. Thank you, and I'm over to Dr. Irma.
Thank you, Ms. Dr. Teguh. Thank you for the excellent presentation. So we still have 5 minutes, and I will give the opportunity to the participants who would like to raise the question. So please just use the raise hand icon, and you can give the question to Dr. Teguh, our keynote speaker. So please, if any participant would like to raise the question. Okay, Prof. Mosa, the time is yours. Please raise your question.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please, Prof. Mosa, the time is yours.
Dr. Teguh, it's good to follow the talk and it is very good presentation, and also the strategy developing at the moment in Indonesia to look after our oceans. My short question would be related to aquaculture development in Indonesia, in particular in our region in Ambon. As you mentioned before, that we are larger archipelagic states in the world, and it's true that most of almost 90%, and aquaculture industry or aquaculture development in Ambon is emerging. It's one of the emerging sector in Maluku at the moment. For all over Indonesia, aquaculture is not a new. Even the statistic reports that we are the 4th nation in the world in terms of aquaculture production. Tremendous water pollution, and I'm talking in Ambon Bay in particular. My question would be, is there any practical solution, if you like, proposed or prepared by our big problem at the moment in the ocean? I just followed that Riau is one of the best, I think, at the moment. What about us in eastern part of Indonesia? Is there any effort to do similar to Riau province? Thank you, Pak Teguh.
Thank you, Pak Mose. Dr. Imar, can I respond directly? Thank you.
Recording
As
in
I mentioned
progress.
that North Sumatra is one of the leading province in aquaculture, particularly in Lake Toba. But the challenge is on how we can also promote a good aquaculture practices. As maybe some big investment in Lake Toba has applied good aquaculture practices, but not all, but not community-based aquaculture. So the difference between these practices between the investors and the community base become one of the focus of the government on how we can improve the skills of the aquaculture community to improve, to adopt a better aquaculture practices, including on how they can use the feed, they can make sure the waste management, and at the same time on how they can promote future recycle or a better recycle of water in their area. I think there are many good lessons that can be used from other area in Indonesia, and we would like to also promote the information exchange between province on how these good practices in one area can be replicated or even improved in other area. Of course, the condition in each area is different, so that is why I hope that with the role of the local university, for example, we can have some modification of some best practices to become more relevant for the local community. Maybe that is my general answer to you, Pak Muslim.
Thank you, Dr. Teguh Sambodo. I'm sorry for other participants that would like to raise the question because we are trying to stick with the timetable. And for that, I just want to make a very brief summarize that the Indonesian government is already have a blue economy framework. And that is the big plan just to lead the community and to provide them and improve the better livelihood for all the community, especially people in the remote area, by utilizing the marine natural resources or all the water resources in sustainable way. So we do hope that in the future, our people will have a better life. Thank you to Dr. Teguh once again for the speech today, and thank you for all attending this session. I do hope that you will enjoy the rest of the virtual conference. And before I hand it over to the master ceremony, I would like all the participants to switch on the camera, and then we will have a photo session. Okay, are you all ready? We will start. The first page. Okay, the second one. The third page. The fourth one. So we have 6 pages. The fifth. And the last one. Okay. Can we give applause to Dr. Teguh Sambodo, please, before we move to the next one?
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Teguh.
Thank you, Dr. Irma.
So I give it back to the Master of Ceremony. Ido, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Irma and Dr. Teguh, such an insightful session. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have to come an end of the opening ceremony of ICSBE 2022. Right after this, we will have several sessions, which are plenary session and parallel session. So without further ado, we will start plenary session, and this session will be divided in 2 sessions with total 5 outstanding speakers, and the whole session will be led by moderator Dr. Gino Limon. Dr. Gino, the time is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gino Limon. Three speaker. The first one is Amanda Reichel. Threats to economy, and then the second we will talk about blue energy, and the third one is Mr. Masanori Kobayashi that will talk about ocean policy. Ladies and gentlemen, these three I'm so honored to present today. The first is Professor Amanda Reichel Brachet. Hi, Mandy. Professor Reichel Brachet has a Bachelor of Science in Management from the University of England and James in Marine Ecotoxicology from Southern Cross University. Mandy is a senior lecturer and has many scientific journals, and she will present her research finding at national and international conference, and she also co-authored a book. Mandy has more than 20 years experience in investigating. Her research on ecotoxicology, she developed 5 stages of toxicity and is currently working on developing toxicity tests for other tropical marine species in which very few methods are available. The second speaker is Dr. Matt Burton. Metabolics. He got his Bachelor of University from Florida State University, PhD from Biomedical Science and Medicine of South Institute of Oceanography and he's a senior research fellow at the Ocean Policy Research Institute of the Peach Foundation in Tokyo, Japan. His research work on ocean and sustainability policy, including marine and coastal ocean, blue, coastal ocean management, and governance marine biodiversity. He also the Pacific also do research on the development. He has worked
Gino, I'm sorry, but I can't hear you. Hello?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry. Maybe Mr. Gino have some trouble with his internet, and maybe he will be right back. Yeah, okay. I wish your patience. Thank you.
I'm back. Sorry.
Yeah.
Mandy, stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Gino. And sorry, I did miss some of that commentary of yours because we had a bit of a bad connection. So hopefully this connection stays good during the presentation. Just going to share my screen and hopefully everything will come as I wanted to. So just is that working for everybody? Hope so. So thank you to University of Pattimura for the opportunity to give this presentation. I know a lot of the staff at University of Pattimura, and it's a pleasure to be back, even if it is only online. And I really do hope to be back in person next year. And I've got some exciting opportunities. So, screen sharing is not behaving. Forgive me here. Just having trouble making sure. This works. I'm sorry. Is that working? Can I just get some feedback?
Yes, it's already working.
Full screen? Full
Yeah,
screen?
it's okay.
Okay, thank you. So the presentation earlier by Dr. Leonardo was a really great introduction, and I'd like to move to the next slide. And one of the highlights that I became quite interested in when I was invited to give a presentation was the Sustainable Oceans for All, Harnessing the Benefits of Sustainable Ocean Economies for Developing Countries, a publication put out by the OECD. And one important point associated with that I really took home was that the ocean is a centre of livelihoods for more than 3 billion people worldwide. So it's more than a third of the people where the ocean is a key life support system, but it's also essential for all life on Earth. And as we've heard earlier, that there's pressures on ocean ecosystems that are mounting from overfishing, pollution and climate change. And these are expected to grow unless we certainly do something about it. And in lower middle income countries in 2015, ocean-based industries contributed to 11% of the GDP of these countries on average. So the key pillars of a sustainable blue economy are the economic, the environment and the social. And as we heard earlier, the sustainable development goal of life below the water, number 14, is a key factor associated with the blue economy. But in this OECD report, it also highlights that the blue economy also has an impact on 11 other of the sustainability goals, and the impact of 11 different sustainable development goals influence Sustainable Development Goal 14, which is life below the water. So it highlights the intimate links between the different goals and the importance of the ocean and the ocean economy in our considerations of sustainable global development. So also in this report, it really highlighted the official development assistance that has been provided to various countries. And you can see there that Indonesia rates quite highly. The dark blue highlights the growth that has been supported, but it's not sustainable at the moment. And a lot of that comes from maritime transport investment. The light blue shows the sustainable ocean economy assistance. Those little triangles that are orange there also highlight that the amount of ocean ODA that has been contributed to in terms of the whole. And you can see it's just over 10% for Indonesia. So that means terrestrial official development assistance far exceeds ocean development assistance. And when you highlight the fact that the Indonesia archipelago has so much ocean in relative terms compared to the terrestrial environment, you know, that seems to be a very big misalignment with the landscape that's there in Indonesia. So something to consider about those goals and that support in the future may be better emphasised on the ocean economy. There's some projects that have been focused on the ocean economy and sustainable ocean economy, and people may have heard of Smartfish, Indonesia, and of course the Coral Triangle Initiative highlights one of the big collaborations associated with protecting coral reef biodiversity. When I was considering this presentation and what I was going to include in it, really came to mind that the industries that gain economic benefit from the ocean also have threats, and it's part of the reason why I have the title. But when I drilled down into that a little bit, I really became very aware, and perhaps some of this is personal interest, but the main economic benefits that are highlighted here, one of the threats to them, among others, but one of the key threats to them is pollution. So all those that you can see on that table there, fisheries, tourism and recreation, renewable ocean energy, maritime transport, aquaculture, ocean mining, whether it be biotic resources or abiotic resources, and coastal resilience, all have the threat of marine pollution associated with them. And one of the factors that can ameliorate some of those threats is to divert and reorientate the finances away from harmful and unsustainable activities and increase it towards more sustainable activities. And that comes with some tensions because we also have some fledgling industries associated with global ocean resources that I'll talk to in a moment. So to bring the point home on the importance of pollution in this divided pie here, you see that pollution weighs, quite heavily in the context of the blue economy and sustainable ocean economy. And as Bob Mosse noted, aquaculture is one of those industries that's really influenced by pollution from and mainly from land-based sources. So in summary, marine pollution is influenced by land-based resources, and about 70 to 80% of marine pollution does come from the land. So we really have to intimately connect our catchments with our oceans and understand that management on land will really influence the health of the oceans, and particularly our coastal environments where much of our population live. Of course, I haven't got a lot of time to go through every one of the pollution issues, but I just want to touch on a few that we've been working on. And one of those key ones is agriculture and erosion. And we've worked on understanding the impacts of pesticides, metals and sediments in marine and estuarine species. And importantly, there's a growing need to understand the effects of mixtures because we don't often see one particular contaminant coming down the river system. Bob, you did highlight Ambon Harbour, and we have very similar issues in Australia with our river systems and discharges from river systems throughout Australia, but in particular, a huge investment has been made in the catchments of the Great Barrier Reef and minimising and understanding pesticides and sediment loading to the Great Barrier Reef. Noting that in Australia, the economy of the Great Barrier Reef is estimated to be $56 billion Australian dollars per year. So it's a really valuable asset to have and to keep healthy and undamaged. Another really exciting thing is that I have a PhD student who is actually a lecturer at the University of Pattimura, Endan Jamal. She will be speaking later. at the conference, and this is her first publication from her PhD. An important point that this paper brings up, and I don't want to take away your presentation, Endang, but the mixtures is a really important driver of response to organisms. So go ahead and go along and see Endang's presentation, and I'm sure you'll get some interesting facts that can be applied to ocean systems around the world. Another key point that was highlighted is poor waste management. And of course, we all are very strongly aware of plastics. Sewage is another one, and I have a particular interest in mine tailings. And in terms of plastics and the Indonesia situation, one of the challenges for Indonesia is being able to deal with plastics in small island communities and reducing the need to take major transport routes for recycling and processing. So local processing operations is something that really needs to be in the forefront of plastic management, and proper waste collection services and sorting services really need to be localized in localized hubs. So you're also not spending a lot of money and creating a lot of carbon dioxide emissions associated with the transporting of plastic wastes to processing plants. Sewage is another really important factor associated with nutrient loading, and because you have many coral reefs around the archipelagos of Indonesia, those coral reefs survive in what we call oligotrophic environments, and those are very low nutrient environments. So when nutrient loads go into the reef through maybe groundwater transport from septic tanks or poor wastewater treatment in cities, you really start to impact the health of our beautiful ecosystems, which have particular tourism and economic potential for fisheries habitat. Mine tailings also, that's a graph from a publication Professor Yusmali and I produced in 2017, but waste contaminants are also being found in food chains, and this has impacts for lives and livelihoods and health of people, but also for the export industry. So it's something that we need to really get a handle on. And I have another PhD student from Indonesia, Achia Ahmed, and she is based at Haram University in Ternate, and she's working on some plastic research. So that'll be some interesting results there. In Australia, we do try very hard to do a lot of recycling and reprocessing and repurposing of plastics. And this is our local facility that is managing plastics, glass and metals. And some of our visitors from Indonesia have been through this processing facility. It's cost $3 million to set up, but it also makes money from sorting that waste and so on. And another threat that I think is a really important one to consider is the lack of knowledge, and the lack of knowledge in dealing and approving new industries. And one of those that I've been involved with is deep sea mining, and in particular in the South Pacific area, and I'm sure there's going to be interest in Indonesian waters. It's a huge economic resource. There's pressures on our mineral resources in the terrestrial environment at the moment. So there's an economic viability coming up soon where deep sea mining will be an economic reality, and the approval processes will need to be considered. And we need to make sure that we're considering these new industries with the best and well thought out knowledge that we can get. And one of the ways that we can do that when we're working in these sort of situations that have so many question marks associated with them, and questions that are very hard to answer because we're working in a deeper sea environment, we really have to turn to risk assessment strategies. So importantly, if we want a sustainable blue economy, we really want our impacts to be less than the recovery of those ecosystems and the health of those ecosystems. So understanding this can be looked at through the lens of risk assessment, and in that sense, need to assess and balance the risks associated with those activities with the rewards associated with doing those activities. And one thing that's come to the fore when we've been working with communities in the South Pacific on this is understanding what is acceptable risk, and that may be different for different communities, and really sort of having an agreed acceptable risk and putting in processes to minimize that acceptable risk is or to minimize the exceedance of that acceptable risk is quite essential. And we've done that for deep sea tailings disposal from large mining activities. And there's a recent publication that just came out not so long ago, just a couple of months ago, which really drills down into an exceptional risk assessment framework, but also highlights the clear level of unknowns that we have. So I think when we're thinking about balancing benefits and ocean resources in the context of pollution, we really need to look at the uses that we have from our ocean resources. We need to consider our future and unidentified resources, which can be considered in the context of pharmacology and the untapped biomedical potential natural products that exist in our oceans that we're still researching. And the impacts of those activities that compete with the opportunities for other activities. So ultimately, we don't want to diminish the opportunity for unrealised potential in the development of our sustainable blue economy as well. So protecting the systems we have has to be in balance with the activities that we're making money and livelihoods out of. So just on a final note, the importance of understanding marine pollution and the education associated with marine pollution, I can't underestimate that myself, and I've been dedicated for the last 4 or so years into producing a textbook on marine pollution, and the focus is monitoring, management and mitigation of marine pollution. And I'm really proud to say, and it's my first public announcement, that we've invested in this book being open access, so it will be available to everybody online for free. You have to buy hard copies, but this will be a fabulous resource to train our new generation of marine pollution managers and people that will be working for their lifetimes on developing sustainable ocean economies. So really want to say, give the book a plug, but just highlight the fact that it's freely available, and it'll be out in January 2023. So thank you all for the opportunity. I hope that's touched on a few key points and expanded those a little bit from the first presentation.
Thank you very much, Mandy, for the great presentation, and congratulations on your journal and your new published book. I believe it will be very interesting for us to download and read it. It's open access. So I also encourage everybody to download and read the book. Now, we will move to Dr. Matthew Burton. Hi, Matt. Good evening for you, yeah? Matthew will talk about blue economy on pharmacology. So Matt, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Pak Gino. It's a real pleasure for me and a real honor to be here today. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, it's loud and clear.
Wonderful. So I'd like to talk about some work from my laboratory on studying harmful algal blooms in support of the blue economy in Rhode Island, USA. So just to introduce myself, in the Burton Lab at URI, we are a natural products chemistry lab. So we go out and we collect things from the ocean, a lot of marine bacteria and marine organisms, and we try to isolate molecules from them that could be potentially therapeutics in human health. But in addition to that drug discovery work, we do a lot of work in the ocean on environmental health. And so I'm a boat captain from our Oceanography Institute. I go out with our National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration every year on one of their research cruises. Here I am with a group of students at Borobudur in Java. So I've been to Indonesia a few times, and I'm going back in January, and I'm going to be privileged to visit Pattimura. And then here's my my lab group. And so in our group, we're very interested in understanding known and emerging toxins. And we're very interested in understanding how these toxins impact food resources and the shellfishing economy in Rhode Island. We utilize time course studies to look at the production of toxins over time and the species that produce them. We culture different toxic algae in our laboratory, and we try to understand the triggers that cause them to produce toxins. And we do a lot of mass spec-based analyses of these toxic species to understand the types of toxins they produce and in what quantity. And two that we study predominantly are the neurotoxin domoic acid here on the top, and on the bottom, a hepatotoxin, so a liver toxin called microcystin that comes from a blue-green algae. But the bulk of what I'd like to talk about today is in monitoring toxins, and specifically domoic acid, which is produced by a diatom called Pseudonychia. Diatoms are single-celled algae. They're eukaryotic, and they are photosynthetic, and they're actually responsible for producing about 20% of the primary production on Earth. So they're very, very important to the function of ocean ecosystems. And they have a rigid silica-based cell wall. And so this is a picture here on the right of many different silica skeletons from the diatoms, and they're very beautiful. You can see some are like stars, others are like triangles or circles. So they're really fun to look at under the microscope. But the diatom of particular interest to my lab is Pseudonychia. This is a chain-forming genus. So these are actually individual cells here. So here's one cell, here's a second cell, and they join together and link into a chain. If you look at them under a high-powered scanning electron microscope, they again have these beautiful silica-based skeletons. They are preyed upon by copepods, so small marine crustaceans. And they're capable, or many are capable, of producing this neurotoxin called domoic acid. There are 52 known species of the algae, and about half of them produce the toxin. So there are toxic producers and non-toxic producers. Domoic acid itself is pictured here. The reason that this is a big problem in Rhode Island and in other areas of the globe is that the toxin is contained within the algal cell. Filter feeding organisms like mussels and clams will filter the algae into their gut, where they stay, and when they're consumed by humans, they can make us sick. And so if you get enough domoic acid in your system, you can get what's called amnesic shellfish poisoning. And this is hallmarked by vomiting, by memory loss, and by loss of balance. And so the domoic acid, I'll show in the next slide, it binds to receptors in your brain. It ends up releasing excess calcium and causing this neuronal damage. Although why it's produced is not actually known. That's something we're trying to figure out.
And so if we look at the mechanism of how this toxin actually works, if we look at the eastern side of domoic acid here, you see this nitrogen, you see this carboxylic acid, and a second carboxylic acid. If we look down here to a picture of the amino acid glutamic acid, which is an important neurotransmitter, you can see that these are very similar in structure. And so when domoic acid floods into your system, into your central nervous system, it is basically binding to glutamate receptors in your brain, causing a large increase of intracellular calcium, overexciting those neuronal cells, causing neuronal damage, and ultimately this memory loss, which leads to this amnesic shellfish poisoning. The economic importance of shellfish in Rhode Island can't be understated. So here we are in the United States, and Rhode Island is here in red. It's actually the smallest state in the United States. We have millions of dollars of wild harvest every year. We have 626 commercial shellfishers. We have 5.5 million in aquaculture, 70 farms, and we sell species to all states. And it's actually free to harvest if you're a resident. I actually have my own shellfishing permit. One thing that we have that made our study really, that helped our study quite a bit, was the long-term plankton time series. So we are right next to Narragansett Bay. That's where my university is. We're right next to this really wonderful bay. It's a very diverse and productive estuary. And for over the past 50 years, researchers have gone out and they've collected water samples from the same spot every week. And then they can examine that water for different species of algae. And it's one of the world's longest plankton time series. And so if we look at the presence of this diatom, of this algae in Narragansett Bay, it actually has been present in the early 2000s, in the mid 2000s, here it is in 2011. But in 2016 and 17, we started having shellfish closures because of the amount of toxin that we were finding in the shellfish tissue. And that really led us to our research questions. We weren't sure if the algae had been triggered to produce more toxin by the environmental parameters in the bay, if they were changing, or if new species had migrated into the bay from offshore. So that's what we wanted to try and figure out. And this was, these closures were really reported on by our local papers. They were a really, really big problem for our local economy, for that blue economy that we're talking about today. So our questions again, we wanted to know, were there new strains that came in from offshore, or did we have strains that were already in the bay that started producing toxin? And so we wanted to identify the strains that were in our bay using molecular biology, and we wanted to look at toxin production using mass spectrometry. So we had 3 sites that we looked at. We had 3 different sites in the bay. We went out with an instrument called a YSI. This could measure different environmental parameters. And then we collected a surface sample of water, and we examined that water for nutrients, for the cell counts of the algae. We used certain collections to look at the genetics of the algae to determine species. And we used mass spectrometry to figure out if the toxin was present or not. So how do we do the identification? We would filter the water onto a filter. We would collect the biomass of the algae. We would extract DNA from the algae, and then we would amplify genes in the algae using PCR. We would also filter the water. We would filter out the algal cells using a 5-micron filter. That water would flow through. We would collect all the bacteria on a 0.2 micron filter, and then the water would leave that filter, and we could analyze it for nutrients. And we used a very specific marker. So it's this spacer region marker, and it's really good at being able to differentiate between pseudonychia species. So that was really key in this study, was how selective this molecular marker was. To determine domoic acid, we again filtered the cells, we extracted those cells, and then we used a mass spec to detect the domoic acid. So we used liquid chromatography. We could separate out the analytes in a phytoplankton extract. We could run a standard of domoic acid. We know what time it elutes. And we could use a very sensitive mass spec method called multiple reaction monitoring to selectively and sensitively identify domoic acid. Okay, so what did we find during this study? Well, we found that we had seasonal peaks in the toxin production. We saw high amounts of toxin. So here on the y-axis, we have the amounts of toxin. So we had high amounts of toxin in the fall, and then in the late spring or early summer. And that was repeated over the past 4 years. We had seasonal production, but it was not always correlated with cell numbers. So this is a complicated graph, but we have chlorophyll here, we have toxin here, and cells here. So chlorophyll gives us a sense for how much algal biomass we have in the bay, and then we have the toxin production in the cells. So again, we have the fall, high peaks of domoic acid, the spring, the fall, and the summer again. Sometimes we see high amounts of cells, and it correlates with the amount of toxin. But other times we don't. We see very low cells and very high toxins. So this is something that we're very interested in understanding. Now this, again, is a very complicated graph, but it is really an amazing graph, and I think it's the best part of this research project. We look here, we have the different species of Pseudonychia that are out in our bay. If you have a bold, that means you are toxic. If you are not bold, that means you are not toxic. We have the entire length of our 2-year study here on the bottom. And the darker the purple, that means the greater the presence of a particular species. And then on the very bottom, if you see a red color, that means we had a lot of toxin. And if you see a green or a blue, we had very little or no toxin. And so if we look over time.
Sorry, you have 2 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. We have toxin producers. And then in the winter, we have non-toxin producers. In the summer, we have a toxin producer, or in the fall, we have a toxin producer. But back in the winter, we have a non-toxin producer. And we can see this species assemblage shifting over time. And when we look way back to 2009, we were very interested in this species P. australis, and we found that it did not come into the bay until the first closure happened in 2017. So we do think that this species migrated offshore and is now a problem in our bay. So our future plans are to do culturing and to manipulate nutrient parameters to see if we can get more toxin to be produced. If you're interested in this work, it's been recently published in Limnology and Oceanography. We are culturing it, actually. We have active toxin producers, so we're very excited about that. And it's a resident species, P. pungens, that we've detected in our time series. And with that, I can't thank you enough. It was so exciting to be here. I'd really like to thank my co-PI, Dr. Bethany Jenkins, and all the graduate students and undergraduates who have worked here, and especially Rhode Island Sea Grant for their funding support.
Thank you very much, Matt, for keeping the time. That was a great presentation, very interesting, that you can turn the problem of algal blooming and extract useful substances from it. I would like to remind the last speaker, that we only have 15 minutes for presentation. So we have like 40 to 50 minutes for Q&A session next. So without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Kobayashi. Mr. Kobayashi, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and I hope you can hear me well. First of all, I also join other speakers in thanking University of Pattimura Professor Saptimura Hum and Dr. Shari Patipiru and all the others for giving me this opportunity to present our research work. I briefly speak to you about what we do at the Ocean Policy Research Institute of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation in the context of promoting sustainable blue economy. I had a chance to visit Ambon and the University of Pattimura last July, and I really had a very fruitful and informative discussions with your colleague there. And I really wanted to come back to the University of Pattimura Ambon, but I'll return there very soon. I am just trying to turn the pages, just 1 second. Basically, we do the work on sustainable blue economies, where the small-scale fishery provides very important elements. And for this sustainable small-scale fisheries, particularly Southeast Asia, the FAO provides also useful guidelines, and many countries follow, for instance, the voluntary guidelines for securing sustainable small-scale fisheries, highlighting a wide range of socio-economic aspects to the access to the fishery resources, and also receives the benefit sharings from the sustainable fishery as well. In 2022, this year, it is designated as the International Year of Artisanal Fisheries and Aquaculture. So at the global and the regional level, the sustainable fisheries and aquaculture, particularly at the small scale, provide a very useful impetus to support sustainable fisheries and aquaculture as well. Global Action Plan highlight a wide range of issues, including the land tenures or the rights to access to the fishery resources, and also their contributions to the conservation and the sustainable use of marine and coastal resources. When we look at the fish catch in, for instance, APEC, Asia Pacific Economic Corporations, we see China is, of course, the largest fish catch countries, but Indonesia itself has been increasing its fish catch, and now it's ranked at the number 2, followed by Peru, USA, Russia, Vietnam, and Japan has been, Japan's fish catch has been declining over the past decade. In terms of the seafood export, China is the number 1, followed by Japan, Vietnam, Korea, and Indonesia. So China takes a lot of fish, but at the same time, China exports lots of fish. So this is a kind of international and regional dynamisms of the fishery and the seafood sector. Seafood import, China imports the largest volumes. Indonesia and Japan rather have comparatively lower seafood import compared to some other countries and economies such as China. This is the APEC economy, just focusing on the ASEAN countries. And for ASEAN countries, excluding Indonesia, we see the different patterns, like Thailand, its fish catch has been declining, Philippines stagnating. So only the Indonesia and Vietnam seems to be a linear upward fish catch, and some others have rather stagnant or declining trend of fish catch as well. When it comes to the marine aquaculture production, China is the largest aquaculture production country, followed by Indonesia. We see the trend that Indonesia hit the peak around 2015, but thereafter it's been showing us a modest decline in terms of the marine aquaculture in Indonesia. Other than the top 3 countries, the aquaculture of Philippines, Vietnam, Chile, Japan, we see, for instance, Vietnam showing a very robust increase in marine aquaculture. And others like Thailand, Malaysia, they show rather stagnant trend of marine aquaculture production. Inland aquaculture, China has been increasing its aquaculture productions. Indonesia and Vietnam show a modest increase in inland aquaculture productions. I also have a few other slides that I'd like to show, but basically these are the trends that we take into account as a regional and international background. And we try to see how we can balance the conservation and the sustainable use to achieve sustainable blue economy and a sustainable ocean. I just share some of the case studies that we have conducted in Japan. For instance, in the northern part of Japan that was devastated by the 2011 tsunami disaster, one of the unique features in the aquaculture rehabilitation is that instead of bringing back the, for instance, oyster production capacity back to the pre-disaster level, local fishermen agree to maintain just 1/3 of what they used to have before the disaster. By reducing the density of oyster farming, they could actually increase the oyster production volumes or weight, and also oyster revenue, sales revenues, mainly because by reducing the density, they had a better nutrient circulation in the ocean, and it used to take 2 years for the oysters to get matured, but now it can grow, mature, and get matured within 1 year. And they have also get the AC, the Aquaculture Sustainability Certification, Aquaculture Stewardship Council's Aquaculture Sustainability Certificate. And this oyster farming land, farming area is also inscribed to the Ramsar Convention, International Wetland Convention, in terms of the very significant kelp habitat in that areas. Another example is the seagrass restorations in Okayama Prefecture's fishermen started restoring the seagrass as they saw that the disappearance of seagrass as one of the factors for their declining fish catch. By restoring the seagrass, they have seen the return of the fish catch, and by doing this, fishermen collaborated with the junior high school in the local area, and they have developed a partnership. Local students and the teachers and their parents show better understanding about the significance of the local fishery. Another example I show you is this ocean thermal energy conversion operated in the southern part of Japan, Okinawa, and there they extract the warm surface seawater about 27 degrees and apply it to evaporate fluorocarbon gas type to turn the turbines to generate the renewable energy. They apply deep sea water about 6-7 degrees drawn from like a 200-meter depth and apply it to bring this evaporated gas back to the liquid. They have a byproduct of this deep sea water that is very clean and rich in mineral, and they apply it to the prawn aquaculture farming, and also lower the soil temperature to experiment the vegetation farming. They also do sea grape farming applied to produce cosmetics and run the thalassotherapy facilities. So they do this kind of multiple application of deep sea water that is generated through ocean energy thermal renewable energy activities. Shrimp price and sales has been adversely affected by the COVID pandemic, but they try to sustain this shrimp farming at a reasonable level in terms of productions and revenues. In Hokkaido, they had a barren land. The soil erosion was adversely affecting kelp productions. So the local fishermen applied the kelp and they restore vegetation and woodland. They promoted the wood plantation. By restoring the soil erosion, they could see the increase in the kelp productions. But lately, they faced again the reduction in the kelp and the fishery productions. It was mainly because they presumed the seawater temperature rise. So this is something the local people, it's very difficult to tackle. Soil erosion, they can control, but to see what the temperature rise, it's very difficult to tackle. We also do some overseas study. Philippines aquaculture seems to be promoted in exchange or sacrifice of mangroves. So the shrimp production has increased while the coverage of mangrove has been declining in the Philippines. One of the interesting case is Ecuador in Latin America. Local shrimp farmers and local villagers have made agreement not to convert additional mangrove areas for the shrimp farming. And instead, the government started providing some allowance under the pretext that local villagers conserve the mangrove. So this kind of ecosystem service payment is also promoted in Ecuador in order to protect the mangrove and promote sustainable shrimp farming and aquaculture. In my hometown, Hayama, sea water temperature increase is also a problem. Typhoon velocity has been rising and seagrass has been disappearing, and that has been changing our marine environment as well. So in my hometown, the local divers and the snorkelers and some volunteers get together to collect the sea urchins that have an outbreak due to the seawater warming temperature. Right the bottom, I'm standing in the middle of our town mayor and the prefectural council member. And what they do is that sea urchin doesn't have any meat due to the lack of the seagrass, but they apply these outer leaves of the cabbage to feed sea urchins to fatten them. And they developed a partnership with the local supermarket to sell the cabbage-fed oyster as a new products at the local supermarket. So they have developed that kind of partnership with the agriculture farmers and retailers, supermarket owners. I also wanted to briefly this IUU and the regional cooperation, but due to the time shortage, I simply mentioned that Indonesia has this high sea pocket. You see the blue color that doesn't belong to any of the countries. And that kind of high sea fishery is managed by the regional fishery management body. You see the list that doesn't show the name of Indonesia, but this collective regional and international action is very important to promote the sustainable fishery and eliminate IUU fishing. One of the interesting methods is this fixed trap fishing that seems to be seen as a potential method to promote sustainable fishery. This is what I bought, the monkfish at the local fish market, and I found the stripe of the fishing net. So marine plastic is a problem that we have to tackle. And we, as the representative Bepanas mentions, need to multiply the interdisciplinary efforts to conserve marine and coastal environment and promote sustainable blue economies. And for this, I hope that we can interact with you to collaborate with Indonesia to achieve a sustainable blue economies. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kobayashi, for keeping the time. That's very great presentation, and it's really in line with what we have in Maluku, especially, or Indonesia, because in Maluku we have mostly artisanal fishers. Ladies and gentlemen, now that's the end of the presentation in the first session. Now I will open the Q&A session. You can write your question on the chat box, or you can raise hand and I will allow you to ask the question. I think while waiting for questions, I'll have first question for Dr. Reichel Brashet. Mandy, you've been in Ambon several times and doing research and collaboration with not only in Ambon, but in some part of Indonesia. And based on your presentation, the main problem we have is pollution. So my question is, what is your suggestion for research institution in Indonesia, or especially in Pattimura University, in terms of research priority in problem that you have learned in Ambon especially and Indonesia? And is there any possibility to increase research collaboration? We do have research collaboration, but is there any aspect or possibilities to increase the research collaboration between Southern Cross University and Pattimura University and other research institutions in Eastern Indonesia and the whole Indonesia?
Thanks, Gino. One thing that we haven't really touched on in past research collaborations is a focus on catchment management. And while you've got quite small islands in Moluccas and North Moluccas, you've got catchments that move to the sea. And when you fly over Eastern Indonesia, you can see that every river system is pouring out loads of sedimentation, loads of sediment. Those sediments act as absorptive surfaces for contaminants. So depending on the land use activity in those catchments, whether you've got agriculture or whether you've got sort of high nutrient loading activities, that's also going to deposit those contaminants to the ocean. So those very local coastal environments are impacted severely by poor catchment management. So that's one of the things I could see which would tackle quite a few of the problems. And of course, I mean, we all love to work and research in the marine environment, but focusing on ways to prevent plastic from entering the marine environment is another really important aspect. So we as marine researchers actually need to turn our minds to solution-based thinking and ways to sort of locally reuse, recycle, repurpose those plastic waste, and also look at source reduction and support approaches and methods for source reduction and minimization of use and consumption of materials that require plastic. So, you know, we've done a lot in Australia in terms of, in the last few years, in terms of plastic bag bans and single-use plastic bans with takeaway containers and so on. So a lot are now being takeaways now being sort of served in sort of cardboard containers and so on. And there's a lot that could be done, and I think you know, we can do a lot of measuring and sort of understand and appreciate that there's impacts on the marine environment, but we do actually have to step back and start looking at actions and supporting and investing in actions that prevent those inputs into the marine environment. Love to work. I've got a big catchment management project in our river system at the moment, and we had floods a month before you had floods. So I think we all sort of work in the same space of that sort of high rainfall periods and dealing with those really high rainfall events, but also the smaller and more moderate ones and what we can do, you know, in terms of that stormwater management and so on. So lots to potentially work on together, and love to collaborate in that area.
Thank you very much, Mandy, for your comments. We have a participant raise hand. I would invite Retno Widyastuti to ask her question.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Lyman. First of all, thanks for all presenter for the excellent presentation. Before I want to ask from this session, I will I will ask about my question to Mr. Teguh from Bapenas, Mr. Lim Aliman. But I want to discuss from this session about our question. I have a simple question regarding government support for the sustainable blue economy. About at this time, the current government still choose certain location to determine fisheries potential development programs. For the example, from 2020, our team already doing the research in one location, especially in Karimun Jawa, about the because over there has stock limited to fishery communities with high economic value, but government hasn't focused in this location to support high stock in especially Holothuria scabra, sea cucumber over there. So I want to discuss in this session maybe any opinion from Mrs. Amanda and Mr. Mastanori or Mr. Bertin from this session about this. I think that's all. Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Liman.
Thank you very much, Bu Retno. If I got your question correctly, there's a limited stock, especially from Holothuria scraba in Karimun, and you want the involvement of government in helping increase the stock. So I will probably give the Mr. Kobayashi the first chance to give a comment about this. How can government involve in this kind of problem about the stock, limited stock that the fishermen got?
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman and Dr. Limon, and also for your question. My inclination is indeed that government has to play a very important role in fish stock conservation and management. And for this, I see that Indonesia, a big country, and this role of the central government and the local government has to be properly defined with proper coordination as well. And also the partnership between government, central, local government, and also the research institute have to work together to have a proper scientific evidence and continuous monitoring of the fish stock as well. Fish catch data collection is indeed very vital, and local capacity has to be strengthened to properly collect and receive the reporting from the fishermen to understand who catch what species. So these basic things has to be experimented and upscaled to cover the proper data collections of the fish catch, and that is also vital for fish stock management. So I hope, we can further discuss and see how the capacity development and the coordination and the collaboration between government, research institute, central and the local government can be promoted. And I hope we can be supportive to such initiatives. Thank you very much.
Okay, Matt, Mandy, any of you has any comments? Thank you very much, Mr. Kobayashi.
Feel free, Matt.
Do you have any comments?
Yeah,
Matt?
I would just echo what Dr. Kobayashi said. I'm not too well initiated in certain aspects of of this type of sustainability. But I learned a lot from the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just further add that you know, government can develop incentive and disincentive schemes. So once that understanding is known, there is things that you can do to support, you know, investment into different areas and sustainable areas, and there's things that you can do which deters people from doing illegal catches, for example. So that we call it carrot and stick. So you offer an incentive or you offer a disincentive to do something. And also, I think protected areas play a role, and thinking about community-based protected areas can help support nursery grounds for fisheries.
Okay, thank you very much. Bu Retno, do you have any comments, or are you satisfied with the answers?
Yes, and maybe just a little comments, Mr. Liman. Yes, we have already doing a collaboration research, Mrs. Amanda. This is from 2020 until at this time, and I have built a community a company, as a company or pendampingan, Mr. Liman, maybe you know, yes, pendampingan to organize or management fisheries in Indonesia for this year, from 2020 until at this time, especially focus in sea cucumber, Holoturia scabra at this time, and many commodities maybe for the next. Yes, because I think this is very, very important. And 2 days ago, we already discussed with director in aquaculture in many minister of Marine and Fisheries, that our community is very important, and I will make a grand design to make a company organize of fisheries communities in Indonesia, but step by step, or not only sea cucumber, but and many I think many communities for the next.
Thank you very much.
I think that's just here.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bu Retno. We hope you a very big success with your new management or company, and I hope you can help community with that. Thank you very much. We have several questions. There's 2 questions from Mr. Professor Bob Mose. The first is for Matt. Matt, any experience of poisoning by community eating shellfish in Rhode Island, and how to avoid such incident? You got the question?
Yeah, great question. Yeah, wonderful question. So there hasn't been a domoic acid poisoning in the United States since 1989, where you had four people die, unfortunately, from a poisoning incident. And what that's due to is just really exquisite monitoring by state natural resource agencies, making sure that shellfish catch is monitored for the abundance of these toxic compounds. So in the US, most diatom and dinoflagellate toxins are monitored for, as are many cyanobacterial toxins. I would imagine where you probably have the most poisonings are in the tropics due to ciguatera. That's another dinoflagellate toxin. But as far as domoic acid, the poisonings are actually very rare, although there is some question as to chronic or subchronic poisoning. So poisonings over time adding up and causing some type of neuronal deficit. There have been animal studies where chronic domoic acid administration will result in neuronal impairment in animals. What's interesting is that that will be reversed if the poisonings are stopped. So we don't know exactly how that would be in humans, but maybe you can reverse that damage. So there's a lot of unknowns, but yeah, great question. But as far as really intense poisonings, they have not been happening over the last decades.
Okay, thank you very much for your explanation, Matt. And there's another question from Professor Bob Mose to Dr. Bayasi. The question is, do you mind to elaborate a bit more on sea urchin culture in Japan? This might be related to Bu Retno question as well.
Yes, certainly. The sea urchin is one of the problem, but it can also have commercial or market values. And with this limited supply of the seagrass, there have to be some supplementary feed, possibly from the terrestrial biological resources. And there may be some potentials, and we have to use locally available natural resources. And yes, I'm very much interested in pursuing such a possibility with people in University of Pattimura and in Ambon as well. Thank you. Great,
thank you very much. There's another question from Dr. Minche. There's another question from Dr. Minche Wawo from Pattimura University to Mr. Kobayashi. The question is how to encourage coastal community to restore the seagrass. You got the question? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. So maybe this is Masanori and Kobayashi. I can go ahead to mention that there are some techniques to restore the seagrass, and at the same time, it was mentioned that it's also important to control marine pollutions from the land-based sources as well. So we have to identify the reason why the seagrass has been disappearing, and that we have to fix such a problems. But at the same time, we can also leave it for the natural restoration, but there are also human interventions to bring back some of the disappeared seagrass. And there are some techniques that we have been experimenting in Japan and also overseas, and we can also pursue such a possibilities with people in Ambon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know that a lot of effort has been done to restore coral reef and mangroves in East Indonesia especially, but I haven't seen much effort or any in restoring seagrass. So this is probably very important. Another question from Professor Bob Mose to Mandy. The question is, any initiative between community and government in Australia to handle water pollution entering aquaculture area?
Thank you, Bob, for your question. It's quite interesting. In Australia, a lot of water quality degradation is a result of aquaculture. So there's there's a tension between the aquaculture activity and the impact of that activity on the environment. And one example I can use for that is salmon cages in Tasmania, where they've been fed and the waste food ends up influencing water quality and dissolved oxygen below the cages. So there's management plans that are put in place where you move the cages around and rest those areas. In that context, it's that you're talking, I think it's more extensive aquaculture that we would be looking at. So not farms and so much like ponded areas, but oyster leases, for example. And we do have declining oyster industry in New South Wales. And one of the major triggers to that is a disease called QX disease. And that the prevalence of that is influenced by degrading water. So there's a lot of work that's been done on that sort of connections between, you know, disease outbreak, degraded water quality, and also, you know, oyster health and productivity. So in that sense, yes, there is research with the Department of Primary Industries that is focusing on understanding the impacts of water quality on the prevalence of that QX disease. So that's an example, and it does happen. But it just, when I saw that question up there, I did a quick little look to sort of on the internet, because I was thinking, you know, anything I Googled was actually impacts of aquaculture on water quality. So it's a very different mindset. So something to be interesting effect, actually.
Okay, thank you very much, Mandy. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have time. I will still open this Q&A session for a while. And while waiting for another question, I have a question for Matt. Matt, in Ambon Bay, we often experience algal bloom I think once or twice a year. And in your opinion, or what can you suggest for us, the institution, research institution around Ambon Bay, especially for Pattimura University and BRIN, what kind of direction of research that we have to focus on in solving this problem or turn this algal blooming to become profitable for community? Thank you. Matt, are you there? I think he's cut off for a while. Is there any other question, ladies and gentlemen? Then I continue my question to Mr. Kobayashi then, since we still have time. Mr. Kobayashi, you've been visiting Ambon and other part of Indonesia, and you knew that Maluku archipelago has mostly artisanal fishers. What have you learned from your visit, the problems that we faced in fisheries, especially artisanal fisheries? And can you comment in general what kind of solution that should be done by government or community in Maluku archipelago? I'll come back to you after this, Matt. I kind of lost you for a while.
Okay, can I answer?
Sure, you can answer that.
Yes, okay. Yes, my visit was very fruitful and enlightening, and I may say that you know, catching fish is just one part of the kind of life cycle for the fish. It has to be marketed. It has to be bought by like a hotels or restaurant, or household. It has to be consumed at the higher values. And for this, I see a need to improve the market values by, you know, the changing the care of the fish. And in Japan, we have been also trying to experiment the method to sustain the quality of the fish, freshness, flavors, and also the taste, and also the chef of the restaurant. They have to improve and innovate the cooking styles. So catching fish is just one part to deliver the fish values from the fishermen, retailers, household, restaurant, and the final buyers. And that kind of total completions probably need to be understood, and we have to improve that probably. And of course, as I mentioned, this coordination between central, local government, collaboration between government and research institute in terms of the fish resource management. Yes, I see potentials of further improving for sustainable fish stock management, and I hope I can be useful in improving in that aspect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kobayashi. We still have time, ladies and gentlemen, like 10 to 20 minutes. While waiting for questions from the floor, I will go back to Matt and repeat my question since I lost it for a while. Matt, we have Inner Ambon Bay right behind my office that usually experience alga blooming every year or sometimes twice a year, if I'm not mistaken. And there's two big institutions around this bay. There's BRIN, National Research Innovation, and then Pattimura University. So I would like your suggestion, what kind of research direction that we need to focus on or to start on to solve this problem, or even turn this problem into the solution or profit or advantage to the community. You're still mute, Matt. Panitia, bisa Matt?
I think I'm unmuted. I think I'm unmuted. Am I unmuted? All right,
No,
wonderful.
I can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah, that's a great question. So I think you could go, there's a lot of different avenues there, and I apologize, my internet went out, which really rarely, I'm at home, so that rarely happens. But I think there would be questions of what species of harmful algae is it? So I think that would be really interesting to know. If it's repeating, is it repeating at the same time every year? Is there a reason for that? Is there potentially eutrophication from a point source somewhere on land? Could it be something due to coastal water coming in? So I think there's a lot of environmental issues that are really interesting to understand about the populations and community structure of harmful algal blooms. And then what made me really interested is when you said there was, was it brain research that was happening? Then linking that into, say, biomedicine and trying to understand what is the real effect, the long-term effect of some of these toxins on the brain. There was some really interesting research, and I'll try, I feel like I'm going to go on a tangent, but there was some really interesting research on microcystins. So microcystins come from cyanobacteria. And for decades, microcystins have been known as hepatotoxins, and they are. But it turns out that the same transporter that brings these liver toxins in, those transporters are also in your brain. And so after you get first pass metabolism, those toxins go through your brain, they may go back into your systemic circulation, and after they go to liver, they can get into the brain. And so now there's a lot of interesting research going on into how those toxins work in other organs. So I think there's a ton there. So that's just in terms of human health. And then there's also the bioprospecting. So there might be really important molecules in these blooms that we don't know of yet, and that they could be turned into many different types of potential therapies, antibacterial, antifungal. You may be able to harness molecules from these algal blooms and turn them back into herbicides or anti-algal agents for other nuisance algae. So there's really a lot of potential there. Alexandria, I can see in the chat, Alexandrium. So that's dangerous. That's a saxitoxin producer. That's one of the most potent marine or really any toxins that exists. Just to give a sense, so for domoic acid monitoring, you're talking about 20 milligrams per kilogram to have a shutdown. So 20 milligrams of toxin per gram, no, sorry, not per kilogram, per gram of shellfish. For saxitoxin, it's 80 micrograms. per gram. So it's very different levels. So saxitoxin is very potent, very dangerous. Yeah, Goniolox that has the gonotoxin. Those are similar to saxitoxin. They're analogs of saxitoxin. So those are definitely harmful algae. Those species, absolutely. Is that okay as an answer? Is that good?
Yeah, that's answering even more. Actually, what I meant by brain is a new research center, but your explanation about brain is also very interesting. Anyway, from this discussion, I can see the possibilities of a future collaboration between all of us, because it's kind of connected somehow, our research. Thank you very much for all the comments. And if there is no more questions, I would like to close this session so we can have a longer break time. Thank you very much, all the speakers. I will not summarize this session. It will be summarized at the end of the seminar or the conference. And I would like to give a big applause to all the speakers. Thank you very much. And I'll give it back to the MC. What time is it there, Matt?
It's 11:30 p.m. So
Okay.
Selamat malam for me.
Okay. Thank you for holding up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Geno, and thank you for all the speakers that had giving a very, very, very interesting presentations. And ladies and gentlemen, we will have a break. But before, we will hold a photo session. So please switch on your camera, and our technical staff will capture the picture. Maybe we will start the first slide. Okay. Don't forget to smile. Give your best smile. Okay, the second slide. Okay.
Do I have to keep smiling? I don't know which slide.
Yes, I do that. Know about which slide, because we have a different yeah. But no, but you can just stop smile, but just keep your face look good in the camera. Thank you, sir. Okay, the third slide already done, and the fourth one. Okay, the fourth one. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for all the speakers.
Hope to see you guys in Ambon.
Yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, we will break for lunch. So, and maybe we will break for 1 hour from now. And yeah, that's all. You can take your lunch. Maybe because we in a webinar, we cannot give you a lunch, but okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mandy.
Bye.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Are you still there, Gina? I just want to tell you quickly. Are you still there? Can you hear me?
I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Just wanted to say, doesn't matter. Don't worry. Okay.
Pardon me?
We're back in the group now, I think.
Hello? Mandy?
Hi, Mandy.
Hello. How are you?
you?
Good. Apa kabar?
Kabar baik.
Yeah.
How is this more?
Wet, but it's starting to warm up, so it's good.
Great.
Hi, Mandy. How are you?
Hello, Helen. How are you? Good to see you.
Yes, me too. I'm Jelly, Mandy, I'm Jelly.
Oh, sorry, Jelly. I saw Helen before.
Jellyfish.
Jellyfish. I saw Yolanda too.
I cannot really hear you, Mandy.
I was going to tell you that I have sabbatical in the second half of next year. So
Wow, that's great.
I will come to Ambon.
So sabbatical means the whole year or 6 months?
6 months. So maybe 1 or maybe 2 months in Ambon, Eastern Indonesia.
You should spend more time in Eastern Indonesia.
Yeah, it would be great.
But there's more pollution in Western Indonesia, though.
I'm going to spend my life researching. Yes, but it will be good.
Yeah, it would be nice to see you again.
Do some research and do some teaching too, maybe.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Too long.
Yeah.
I make my own nasi goreng now.
Great.
I missed it too much.
You can have it as much as you want here.
Well, Mandy, just received his decree from the government for full professor.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Oh,
I just received. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Good news.
Yeah.
Because I said, when I mentioned his paper, I said professor, and maybe I must.
We are very happy because we just received the decision from the government.
I'm going to send him a WhatsApp and he'll be surprised, I know.
Yeah.
Hi, Mandy.
Okay, guys, I have to leave for a while. Break for lunch. See you again soon.
Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan ketung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkeliling, lain sayang lain katung satu, bermau bangun Maluku. Kalau bukan katung satu lain, kalau bukan sekarang kapan lagi? Mari bersaudara, gandum semua katung jaga tanah Maluku. So hela 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 rotan deh, Ifa Jawa Jawa babuni. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua baku dapat. Katung semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu Katong semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar di kampus orang bersaudara. Yo hela 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 rotan Ifa Jawa Jawa berbunyi. Hela rotan sudah putus punggung dua berkudapan. Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan katong bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkeliling Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan ketung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berku keliling, lain sayang lain ketung satu, bermau bangun Maluku. Kau bukan ketung sekolah, kau bukan sekarang kapan lagi. Mari bersaudara, gandum semua ketung jaga tanah Maluku. Syo hela 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 rotan Ifa Jawa Jawa babuni. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua baku dapat. Katong semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar di kampus orang bersaudara. Kau bukan ketung sekolah, kau bukan sekarang kapan lagi. Mari bersaudara, gandum semua ketung jaga tanah Maluku. Syo hela 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 rotan Tifa Jawa Jawa babuni. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua baku dapat. Katong semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar di kampus orang bersaudara. Syo hela 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 rotan Ifa Jawa Jawa babuni. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua baku dapat. Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan ketung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berku keliling, lain sayang lain ketung satu, bermau bangun Maluku. Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan ketung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berku keliling, lain semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar di kampus orang bersaudara. Hela 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 rotan Ifa Jawa Jawa berbunyi. Hela rotan sudah putus punggung dua berkudapan. Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan katung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkukili, lain sayang lain katung satu, pun membangun Maluku. Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan katung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkukili, lain sayang lain katung satu, membangun Maluku. Kalau bukan katung sekolai, kalau bukan sekarang kapan lagi? Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan katung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkukili, lain sayang lain katung satu, membangun Maluku. Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan katung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkukili, lain sayang lain katung satu, membangun Maluku. Kalau bukan katung sekolai, kalau bukan sekarang kapan lagi? Mari bersaudara, gandum semua katung jaga tanah Maluku. Syo hela 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 rotan tifa Jawa Jawa berbunyi. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Katung semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar di kampus orang bersaudara. Kalau bukan katung sekolai, kalau bukan sekarang kapan lagi? Mari bersaudara, gandum semua katung jaga tanah Maluku. Syo hela 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 rotan tifa Jawa Jawa berbunyi. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Katung semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar di kampus orang bersaudara. Syo hela 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 rotan tifa Jawa Jawa berbunyi. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan katung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkukili, lain satu tali bersaudara. Mari bergandeng tangan ketung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkukiling lain sayang lain ketung satu bermau bangun Maluku. Kalau bukan ketung satu lain, kalau bukan sekarang kapan lagi? Mari bersaudara, gandum semua ketung jaga tanah Maluku. Syo hela 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 rotan tifa Jawa Jawa babuni. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Katong semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar di kampus orang bersaudara. Kalau bukan ketung satu lain, kalau bukan sekarang kapan lagi? Mari bersaudara, gandum semua ketung jaga tanah Maluku. Syo hela 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 rotan tifa Jawa Jawa babuni. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Katong semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar di kampus orang bersaudara. Syo hela 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 rotan tifa Jawa Jawa babuni. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan ketung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkukiling lain sayang lain ketung satu bermau bangun Maluku. Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan ketung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkukili, lain sayang lain ketung satu pun membangun Maluku. Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan ketung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkukili, lain sayang lain ketung satu pun membangun Maluku. Kau bukan ketung satu lain, kau bukan sekarang kapan lain. Mari bersaudara, gandum semua ketung jaga tanah Maluku. Hela 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 rotan tifa Jawa Jawa babuni. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Katong semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar di kampus orang bersaudara. Kau bukan ketung satu lain, kau bukan sekarang kapan lain. Mari bersaudara, gandum semua ketung jaga tanah Maluku. Hela 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 rotan tifa Jawa Jawa babuni. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Katong semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar di kampus orang bersaudara. Hela 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 rotan tifa Jawa Jawa babuni. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan ketung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkukili, lain satu tali bersaudara. Mari bergandeng tangan ketung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkukiling lain sayang lain ketung satu bermau bangun Maluku. Kalau bukan ketung satu lain, kalau bukan sekarang kapan lagi? Mari bersaudara, gandum semua katung jaga tanah Maluku. Syo hela 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 rotan tifa Jawa Jawa babuni. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Katung semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar di kampus orang bersaudara. Kalau bukan ketung satu lain, kalau bukan sekarang kapan lagi? Mari bersaudara, gandum semua katung jaga tanah Maluku. Syo hela 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 rotan tifa Jawa Jawa babuni. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Katung semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar di kampus orang bersaudara. Syo hela 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 rotan tifa Jawa Jawa babuni. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan ketung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkukiling lain sayang lain ketung satu bermau bangun Maluku. Satu tali Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan ketung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkukili, lain sayang lain ketung satu, bermau bangun Maluku. Kau bukan ketung sekolai, kau bukan sekarang kapan lai. Mari bersaudara, gandum semua ketung jaga tanah Maluku. Syo hela 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 rotan tifa Jawa Jawa babuni. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berpendapat. Katong semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar di kampus orang bersaudara. Kau bukan ketung sekolai, kau bukan sekarang kapan lai. Mari bersaudara, gandum semua ketung jaga tanah Maluku. Syo hela 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 rotan tifa Jawa Jawa babuni. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berpendapat. Katong semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar di kampus orang bersaudara. Syo hela 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 rotan tifa Jawa Jawa babuni. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berpendapat. Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan ketung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkukili, lain sayang lain ketung satu, bermau bangun Maluku. Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan ketung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkukili, lain Katong semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar di kampus orang bersaudara. Hela 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 rotan Ifa Jawa Jawa bunyi. Hela rotan sudah putus punggung dua berkudapan. Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan katong bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkukele, lain sayang lain katong satu, membangun Maluku. Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan katong bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkukele, lain sayang lain katong satu, membangun Maluku. Kau bukan katong satu lain, kau bukan sekarang kapan lain. Mari Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan ketung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkukili, lain sayang lain ketung satu, membangun Maluku. Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan ketung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkukili, lain sayang lain ketung satu, membangun Maluku. Kau bukan ketung sebelah, kau bukan sekarang kapan lagi. Mari bersaudara, gandum semua ketung jaga tanah Maluku. Syo hela 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 rotan tifa Jawa Jawa berbunyi. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Katung semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar di kampus orang bersaudara. Kau bukan ketung sebelah, kau bukan sekarang kapan lagi. Mari bersaudara, gandum semua ketung jaga tanah Maluku. Syo hela 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 rotan tifa Jawa Jawa berbunyi. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Katung semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar di kampus orang bersaudara. Syo hela 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 rotan tifa Jawa Jawa berbunyi. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan ketung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkukili,
built his career in Ministry of Agriculture as a senior scientist and then Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries as a Director of Coastal Community Empowerment and Director of Investment. And he's also the Secretary of DG Processing and Marketing. He's also Director of Capture Fisheries Research Center and Director General of Processing and Marketing at MMF. He was also Dean School of Economics at Christian University Jakarta, and he was Senior Marine Director at Conservation International. He's also Senior Advisor in Science, Policy and Development at Conservation International, and he is now the Ocean Program Senior Lead at Yayasan Konservasi Cakrawala Indonesia atau Konservasi Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, we will hear the presentation from both speakers, and I would like to remind the speakers that each of you will have 15 minutes to present your findings. Without further ado, I will invite Professor John Spicer to present his work. Prof. John Spicer, the stage is yours.
Mr. Gino, sorry for interrupting, but we still try to reach out Professor John, and he not yet come to this conference, so maybe we could follow it. Dr.
Victor, are you there? Could you please unmute Victor?
I'm okay, Pak Gino.
Okay, since we are waiting for Professor Spicer, Victor, I will give the stage to you instead.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for having me. Good afternoon, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. Greeting from Bogor. I'm working as introduced by Dr. Gino. I'm working at Conservation International right now, or Konservasi Indonesia right now. And Konservasi Indonesia is a main national partner of Conservation International. Conservation International itself is an NGO, global NGO, now operating in more than 600 countries and partnering with more than thousands of locals, indigenous, and community-based organizations. So again, thank you so much. My presentation, can someone help me to share, to present, to show my material, please? PPT, please. I have shared it with the committee. Is it possible, Pak Gino, for someone to help me to present my materials?
Yes, if you already gave it to the...
Yeah, I give it already. I share it already.
Please share Victor's slides. Just wait for a moment.
All right, very good.
Could you please make it full screen? Okay, go ahead, Victor.
All right, let me back to the word. All right, okay. My presentation is about Blue Halo or Blue Halo S, and it is basically an approach or development approach by twinning protection and production strategy, or by integrating conservation and production, or conservation and or protection and conservation production on the other hand. In our case in Indonesia, it is combining the management of marine protected area and fisheries management area, or WPPV. So integrating MPP, MPA, and WPP is basically a term that we use as a blue halo for the blue halo. And the blue halo is basically a concept that will try to strengthen all the management approach that have taken place in our country, in Indonesia. Blue halo itself has been developed in several countries, Kiribati, Curaçao, and several other small island states in the Pacific. And since 3 years ago, it has been started to being introduced in Indonesia, discussed, and sought for its implementation in Indonesia, starting with the pilot project. But at the end of the day, we hope that the blue halo can be applied for all WPP or 11 WPP in Indonesia. So today's presentation, I will share with you about what the blue halo is, the reason for the blue halo to be developed in Indonesia, and how are the progress so far that have been taking place for almost 3 years. What are the future plans, and what are the stakeholders, what are the programs that involve stakeholders that we want to develop in the future. In this slide, I'll try to illustrate the blue halo itself. You may notice in the screen that the blue halo is basically consists of the two main components: the blue component, the inner circle component, and the halo component. You may also understand the halo is a term used to name an imaginary circle on the head of the Mother Mary. If you look at the picture or the photograph of the Mother Mary, and you'll see that above the head, the picture head, there is a imaginary circle that is called halo. So we use the term halo as a metaphor to that area, to show that area that are impacted or affected by the blue component. So you can see on the screen, the blue component is basically a protected area. It could be coral reef protected area, it could be mangrove, seagrass, or it could be even protected spawning and nursery sites. That's the small circle in the middle. It is the blue one. And the larger circle is basically area that are affected or impacted by the blue one. With the existence of the blue, then area around the blue, which is called halo, is basically the area affected by or impacted by the blue. So this is basically the concept that we are now introducing to this country, to the government, taking lessons from many other countries and based on the situation and condition in our country. So what is the blue halo? Blue halo is basically an integration or integrative management between protected area and impacted area. So protected area and fishing ground. In our case, the fishing ground is the fisheries management area, or WPP NRI. Next slide, please. So for example, in the Banda Sea, for example, Banda Sea is 714, the WPP 714. The entire area of the Banda Sea is the halo, and the NPA that have been developed or existence in the Banda Sea is the halo. Is the blue. So the blue halo is the entire area of the Banda Sea, for instance, while the blue component of the entire area are the marine protected area that are existence in the Banda Sea. Why we develop or we introduce blue halo? The main reason is the overfishing, and you can see here in the slide that overfishing happened in the 99 fisheries, 99 of our fisheries resources. Overall, we have 99 fisheries. Sorry, it's about 90 fisheries. So 11 out of the 99. So it is like 90% of our fisheries has been fully over or overexploited. That's basically the main reason for us to introduce the blue halo. So you may also understand that when we introduce the area, people are asking about, or the stakeholders in Indonesia are asking about not only the biological aspect, but also many other aspects, including social aspect, of course, sustainability, ecological aspect, but also social economic aspect that are dealing with the fisheries development. So blue halo is based on the biological and ecological condition, but also it covers or it is expanded to cover other factor of the fisheries. In other words, blue halo is a comprehensive concept which is rooted or which is based on the biological relationship or connectivity between conservation area and the fishing ground, but it is developed to a multi-facet direction to cover other aspects of the fisheries. So social inclusion, participation, community-based patrol, and many other things are included in the blue halo. That's why when we develop blue halo, unlike in other countries, they just use the terminology blue halo. But in our case, we use blue halo S. And S itself, we are adding S as a blue halo to be blue halo S. And S itself, can be used to show sustainability, social inclusion. Even when we the first time introduced it, we use terminology of syscamling. Syscamling is basically community-based patrol. So the main reason for us to develop blue halo, as I mentioned before, is the overfishing. So other things that are like considered to be factor that determine the blue halo is the fact that almost 94% of our fisheries is a small scale fisheries, and when we develop blue halo, we hope that things like poverty, things like social development, social variables in development, income, livelihood, all those things are part of the blue halo. So that's the idea of the blue halo. There's also marketing, problem of marketing, problem of supply chain, problem of monitoring and patrol, and how infrastructure of the small-scale fisheries can be supplied, how government can supply infrastructure for small-scale fisheries. Another things, another big cornerstone that are cornerstone of the blue halo. Another one, the first one is the overfishing, but the second one is the government program to develop 32.5 million hectares of MPA. Right now, we have developed close to 30 million hectare MPA by 2021. So by the end of 2022, maybe it's close to 30 million hectare. But the target for 2030 is 32.9 million hectare. You can imagine that about 10% of our fishing ground, of our waters, will be marine protected area. Just few days ago, or a few weeks ago, the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries have decided to enlarge the MPA from 32.5 million hectare, which is about 10% of our fishing ground, to be about 99 million hectare, or about 30% of our fishing ground. And the target is by 2045, not only 99 million hectare or 30% of Indonesian fishing ground will be protected, well managed, but also the impact of the MPA will benefit the fisheries and the community as a whole. That's basically the idea behind we introduced blue component and halo component, which is twin to be blue halo to the fisheries in Indonesia, based on the fact that we are overfishing, and there is an idea of developing 30% of the MPA in our fishing ground, our waters. Next slide, please. Pak Guido, just remind me if we have 3 minutes left. This is to show you. This slide is basically to illustrate what is happening in our fishing ground. This is just about early this year, the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries decree. So it is issued in, I think it was issued in February or March 2022. And you can see from these figures that, as I said before, out of the 99 fisheries, 11 fisheries or fisheries management area, which is shown by the red shade, the red color, sorry, the green color, is underfishing or underfish, while most of the fisheries have been in the yellow and the red colors, which indicate that most of the fisheries has been fully or overexploited. The yellow color indicate fully exploited, and the red color indicate overexploited or exploiting more than 100% of the MSY and the TEC or total allowable catch. This is for the entire fisheries in Indonesia. As I said before, 99 fisheries, and only 11 fisheries are underutilized or underexploited or underfished, while 88 fisheries have been either fully or overexploited. This is basically very serious condition. If we want to still promote fisheries in the future, rely on the fisheries as one of the economic sector, then this problem should be solved. We should overcome this problem by coming up with a new strategy of management in a way that our fisheries resources will be in the better condition. Next slide, please. So this slide, showing the a trend of our fisheries since 2015 and then 2017. So almost every 2 years, but from 2017 to 2022, it's about 5 years evaluation, and there's no so much changes in our fisheries. Although we have applied series of management strategy, we have kind of input control, mesh size regulation, banning of or abolishment of some types of gear. Then we have output control, total allowable catch or GTB. We have couples of economic and monetary approach in fisheries management, such as subsidy, tax, license, and everything. In other words, we have conducted and we have tried to manage our fisheries by issuance of many regulation and many strategy. But the reality, in fact, our fisheries management is not getting better. You can see from the trend. Unfortunately we don't have data. We have information before, but it's quite difficult to find the data based on 99 fisheries, because the government just introduced 99 fisheries about 20 in 2015. But if you evaluate the previous data, you will come up with the similar conclusion that our fisheries management is not getting better, although there are a lot of attempts, there are a lot of programs management intervention that have taken place in our country. So for that reason, we can say that although we can say that Indonesia is de jure a managed fisheries country, but de facto it is not. So de jure it is okay. We have a lot of regulation, many regulation, but de facto it is not a managed or well-managed fisheries. Next slide, please. So we need to find a way to in order to arrive at a sustainability of the fisheries. The jure management approach, as I said before, should be replaced by the facto management approach. It's only not on paper, but the regulation, the management approach should be implemented well on the field. So our problem is how the jure management approach be transferred to the facto one. In other words, improve effectiveness of the already stipulated management measures is very, very crucial. And that's the thing that we should conduct in the future. That should be true in the future. But the second one, how to internalize conservation area and the spaces or the stock of the fisheries that we call blue halo. So basically, so far, all the things, all the management approach that we have that have been placed in our country, that have been designed and quote unquote applied to some extent in our country, are not really dealing directly or are not considering the conservation aspect, the conservation or protected aspect. So as I said, in addition to the jure approach, turning to the facto approach, we will also should internalize the conservation area into our fisheries management. Next slide, please. Okay, this is basically I took this slide from one of the Dr. Firdaus from the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, and as I said before, it will cover the entire area of Indonesia. There are about 30% of the area that have been designed. It is just preliminary design, and the design is by WPP. The design is by WPP. As I said, that about 99 million hectares of our fishing ground will be protected. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Coming back to previous slide. Yeah. This is another reason is why we introduce blue halo. That is macro blue economic condition or macroeconomic aspect. And in terms of macroeconomic, livelihood, export, production, there are many employment, of course. It is have a quite sorry, I'm interrupted by okay. You can see at this slide that there's a macroeconomic variable or dimension that should be achieved by fisheries development. And if you are just relying on the unregulated fisheries or overfish fisheries, then you will not find you cannot increase this kind of economic variable. You cannot improve this economic variable. Only if you manage your fisheries well and sustainable, then this economic variable or this economic target can be achieved. Slide, please. Of course, as I said before, when we are developing blue halo, and we consider there are 4 pillars of the Blue Halo. One is the Blue Health, second one is the innovation, the third one is the Blue Economy, and the final one is the Blue Finance. And the Blue Finance become very important since we understand that there are not so many state budget allocated for conservation purpose. We have, as shown before, 28.5 million hectare MPA that have been established, but in terms of effective management, the numbers is very, very low. So only about 11, 12 million hectare MPA that have been well managed. Many are only paper MPA, and the main reason for that because there is no state budget allocated for the MPA, for the protected area. So much money that we need for fisheries or marine development, but money used or allocated for the conservation is very, very small because it's not a main priority right now. So with the Blue Halo concept, not only we are talking about the biological, ecological aspect, and so on, but the main one of the main component of the Blue Halo is the Blue Finance. So we want to develop a financial system in a way that protected area can be financed by the Blue Halo S. So it is like a big design where everybody can participate, the blended financing, and it's not only used by the finance, it's not only used by the government, the central government, the local government, but also by the people who are directly managing or conserving their area. Next slide, please.
Afiq, you have 3 minutes.
All right. So that's basically the slide before. What I explained before is basically the reason for the Blue Halo. Then we have an idea right now how to develop Blue Halo further. But the extended model is, if you compare this slide with the previous slide, you can see here that how we should understand the biological and ecological connectivity between the blue component and the halo component. And in addition to that, there's also other aspect like infrastructure, especially the infrastructure that should be used, that can be used or required to develop a small-scale fisheries, then fish processing facility, community development. Those are we can say, the main land-based activity that should be also developed together with the management of the fisheries, of the resources. Biologically, ecologically, we need to develop also land-based activity, social aspect, economic aspect. So this slide basically illustrates the relationship that Blue Halo is not only focused on it's not only dealing with the biological and ecological aspect, but other aspect too. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the further extended model of the Blue Halo, where sustainable financing it will become the nature. It can become the main component of the Blue Halo. Capacity building, organizational strengthening, global and regional outreach, social economic development or empowerment. Okay, next slide, please. So some takes away of this presentation. We are now working with Conservation Indonesia is now working with the central government, the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime and Fisheries. Sorry, Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Investment Affairs, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. And just 2-3 days ago, we discussed the draft of the presidential decree. So we were invited by State Secretary to discuss presidential decree about the Blue Halo. And there's a target that the Blue Halo S will be officially announced to the international community on the G20, this coming G20 on the October 13. So there is a B20, Business 20 event towards the G20 on the 17th of November. But on the 13th November, there will be a special event on the G20. That's we call the B20, which Blue Halo will be part of that, and the Blue Halo will be announced, followed by several cooperation agreement between government of Indonesia and international organization. So you can see this is like a message that like a follow-up of my presentation. Protection production concept, as I said, it is a Blue Halo basically, need to be socialized to policymakers. Of course, at the national level, we have socialize, familiarize this concept for about 3 years, but it needs to talk to many people, as many as possible. So everyone understand the concept of the Blue Halo S, and also including private sectors. Another one is scientific component of the Blue Halo S needs to be explored. And in this case, university may play significant role in its development. So KI or Conservation Indonesia, working with the BRIN, with the University of Pattimura, have carried out a survey in 714, 715 to understand connectivity between the blue and the S, the blue and the halo component of the Blue Halo S. And I think the similar exploration or similar study should be carried out in the future for other MPA, for the other MPA in the other MPA and the other WPP in Indonesia. In terms of policy component, as mentioned before, right now we are preparing a presidential decree on the Blue Halo, and 3 days ago just we have a invitation to meet like interagency meeting to discuss the draft. But other things that we should carry out is to disentangle the existing rule and regulation. So a presidential order is very important, but in addition to that, it should be followed up with the other implementing rule. CSO or civil society organizations will continue promoting protection and production principle, advocating toward improved governance, and empowering governance as a main beneficiary. So how civil society, with their approach, with their way of work, they should work with the government, local government especially, work with the community, and to develop the program in a way that the society, the community, especially the local community, traditional community, and people who are so far depending on the fishery, they are still part of the Blue Halo. And we need the roles or participation of the civil society organization. Blue Halo S should be applied in all WPP NRI or fisheries management area to cover all or selected fish species. I just got the information this morning that at the same time we are conducting the seminar, there's also discussion on the 718, how to develop management measures and concept or strategy of WPP 718, and they have focused on three spaces. And I think species-based development, species-based management is very important for our case in the future. And we hope by the Blue Halo, we will also have a chance, opportunity to not only to the 9 group of species as we have so far, but also taking a particular species and focus on those species and develop management measure for those species. But I think that's all that I can share. Thank you so much for having me, and I hope if there's a question, comment that I can entertain, I can do it. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Pak Victor. Such an interesting presentation. such a great idea and great program, the Blue Halo S, because we know most of the MPAs in the world have problem in self-sustain or in management. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I will open Q&A session. You can write your question at the chat box, or you can raise hand, and I will allow you to ask question directly. Okay, Pak Fik, while waiting for question, let's discuss a little bit more about the Blue Halo S. I know it's a great idea, but I believe there's also a lot of challenges in to make this program successful. And you mentioned in the take-home message that the University of Research Institution can involve or can participate and play a role in this program to make it more successful. Could you please elaborate a little bit more what kind of challenges that you think universities and research institutions can involve to help find the solution for this?
Yes, thank you, Pak Gino. There are three things, Pak Gino. One is research in order to understand connectivity between the blue and the halo components. I think there are still we are still lacking a lot of information on the connectivity. When we develop MPA, we also have an assumption that once MPA is developed, well managed, then at the end of the day, it will bring about positive impact to the surrounding waters, to the impacted water. In our case, the halo component. We have that assumption. For the first time, starting for the first time when we develop any MPA in Indonesia, we always have that assumption, but we don't have data on that. So the first thing the university can do, and I should say that we cannot just rely on other institutional research institution. It should be in the campus, and it should be become a regular program where professor and students, staff and students, they can do regular research in order to understand, that aspect in the area, in the ecosystem or area close to their base. I think that's number one is the fish research. And the basic research that we have just finished recently with the University of Pattimura is basically kind of research that should be developed in the future. Understanding, unfortunately, we only have it for one season. We should have it, to cover different season, different monsoon and different seasons. So the comprehensive idea about that connectivity, biological connectivity or ecological connectivity could be understood. The second one is university can play or participate is basically on the regular monitoring. By regular monitoring, I refer to program, daily program where you should take samples from biological sample, fish samples from the area and understand the condition. So to understand whether like basic biological measures, language, frequency, gonad condition, everything. That biological and continuous monitoring on that aspect will show later on the impact of the blue to the halo. So we need to carry out that, and as you say once again that we cannot rely on the APBN state budget led program, for doing that, because there is no guarantee that you cannot do it by you can no guarantee that you will receive a regular budget in order to do those kind of monitoring or research. The third one, Pak Gino, is of course education, learning and process of learning process in the university. How we develop curriculum and introduce since S1 program, S1 program, S2 program, S3 program, that there is a program on Blue Halo S. I understand that not only Blue Halo S, there are many that we are still facing problem or encountering problem in designing our curriculum, especially fisheries management curriculum. So you know, as I said before, we can design a lot of theory and curriculum, and we hope that management measures that we develop from research and education can later on be applied. But for our case, for Blue Halo, I think it is a really a need. It's a dire need for us right now to develop that concept, that curriculum, and introduce from the beginning that there should be, in order to have sustainable fisheries in the future, and there should be connectivity between the blue and the halo. And you know, only by developing education program, training program from the basic level, S1 level, to the highest level, the S3 level, then everyone can understand. So we hope by university can produce alumni, human resources that later on understand the concept and finally can apply the concept, and you know, develop, modify, making it better in the future. That's Pak Gino. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Victor, for very detailed elaboration about take-home message that you mentioned. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have time for Q&A. You can write your question in the chat box, or you can raise hand, and I will allow you to ask the question to Victor Nikiulu directly. And probably while waiting for the question, Victor, maybe you can elaborate how far, so far, how's the, there's Ibu Grace Hutubesi, raise hand. So I will invite Ibu Grace Hutubesi to ask the question directly to Pak Victor.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Victor. Can you hear me? Can you hear my voice? Hello? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Pak Victor. This is a nice presentation. Yeah, it's a very good, I think, kind of thinking how to connect between overfishing or to overcome overfishing with MPA or something. We can just say that. But I haven't seen any practice of involving the people or the fishermen itself, because if we ignore the local knowledge or fishermen environmental knowledge, I think we will be left by the train, because it's better we base on the local knowledge to implement all this such a beautiful thinking or something like that. Because without involve the people itself, yeah, we can do any research like you mentioned before, but without them, I think it won't reach like we plan, or we already planned such a beautiful concept like a Blue Halo. Probably that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Grace Utubesi, Pak Victor.
Yeah, as I said in my takeaway message that involving community, developing capacity of the community, traditional community, more specifically traditional or indigenous community, is very, very, very important. And if you have those kind of program, and we cannot hope so much, we cannot just rely on the government program. Those kind of community empowerment program so far is under the concern of the institution like mine, institution like Konservasi Indonesia. So it's very important, as Ibu Grace said, it is very important since from the beginning. And I think there are many ways community should participate in this program. The first one is developing when we for the first time design MPA, then community should be involved, and then carry out or implementing the management plan of the MPA. Community should be there too. And the third one is how the program can, as I said before, can result in social economic benefit to the community. So once you have MPA protected area, once you design the hollow fisheries, then how small scale fisheries or low level community can be participate, and it should be there in the program. It's very, very important. As I said before, we want to develop blue hollow in order to develop our fisheries in a way that 94% of the fisheries, of the fishers, of the fishing community can be involved. So basically, that's the main idea. So we develop blue hollow not only for the large scale fisheries, or even I can say it should be biased. It's not biased toward the large scale fisheries, but it should be rooted in the small scale fisheries. And the roles of the non or civil society organization is very important. Of course, universities also is very important. And I hope we design in a way that non-government organization can take part in this program in the future. Thank you, Bugres. What you highlighted is very important, and that will be one of the basic component of the blue hollow that we are developing right now.
Thank you very much, Pak Victor. There's another two participants raise hand. I can't really see the committee. Could you please help me to address?
Febriani Octavida, Olivia Acarina from Unhena.
Thank you for this opportunity. Can you hear me, Mr. Victor? Or Victor, can you hear me?
Could you speak louder?
Speak louder, please. Yeah.
Thank you for this opportunity. In here is a heavy rain, so I hope that you all can hear my voice clearly. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the great presentation. This time, I just want to suggest something about the presentation. The problem of overfishing is a common problem in Indonesia, including North Halmahera. In Tobelo, there is a problem about protect the fishing ground. For example, the sea cucumber. Sea cucumber potential here is so much. So by the time its potential came down, the fishermen take the sea cucumber traditionally, but there is no regulation in the lowest level like village about fishing time and something. But in this time, maybe if I can suggest, maybe the policymaker can consider the local wisdom, I think, like Sasi in Ambon. Sasi in Ambon, for agriculture, maybe it can consider to fisheries part maybe. So maybe I just want to suggest it. Thank you for this opportunity.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ibu Febrina, Pak Victor.
Yeah, very interesting, very raising idea, very interesting comment. I think as Ibu Febrina said that customary law tradition, should be taken into consideration. And I think when we develop Blue Halo as a whole, but starting with the MPA, when we develop MPA, we should consider that. And when you design MPA, you should involve community and getting their aspiration, their objective, their idea, and putting those aspiration into the management mechanism, management plan of the conservation area. So I will suggest, and this have been done before, and I think everyone developing MPA is always pay attention on that. That is to consider customary law, local aspiration, local community aspiration, practices, indigenous practices, even as far as indigenous institution, as Febrina mentioned about SASI, not only indigenous institution but also community and religious based institution. There are many SASI right now which are like twinning with the chairs program or religious program. So all those should be taken into consideration. So that's my point. The second one is about spaces. The fisheries resource that I shared before, it's basically I can say it is not, before there was an information about that, about species like sea cucumber, and others, gastropoda. There are information about that. But in our fisheries resource data right now, or information right now, there's no information about that. There's no data on that. So I think, as I said, when we develop MPA, then we should consider how to understand the situation of the species like blue halo, sea urchins, probably seagrass, seaweed, species like that should be part of the management plan. And when we develop it at the higher level, so we have it at the local MPA level, say village level, kecamatan or kabupaten level. And once we have all those data, we can develop it at the higher level and putting it as part of putting those information management mechanism as a part of the WPP. That's a blue and halo, as I said before. I think that's a good idea. Research should be carried out in order to understand condition, potential, and the impact of the species like sea cucumber. There are many other things we have at the village level. I think those should be explored and should be understood, and bringing those information for the policy makers so they can design the comprehensive fisheries management that are not only included species as they have right now, as we have in Jakarta, but also many other species which are locally very important for local community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victor. Is there any other participant from the floor raising hand? If not, that I cannot see. If not, there is a question from Pak Bob Mose in the chat box. I will read it to you. Pak Victor, excellent presentation. Any practical example in place that we can learn from in Indonesia so far? Please, with big issue from the fisheries.
Yes, Prof. Mose. We are working with integrated teams. There are many teams working on the Blue Halo S right now. Scientific component, and for those we are collaborating with the University of Pattimura. We are searching on the collaboration also with BRIN, with the other university, local state university in every province or in every WPP. So scientific component, I think like lesson learned. We are taking a lot of lesson from working with the university. So we hope that using understanding the capacity of the local university, local state university, we can, pulling up all those data, and we have a data at the national level. So University of Pattimura play the roles in the eastern part of Indonesia, 714, 718, and 715. Another teams are working on the policy level. As I said before, we are working right now at the presidential level in order to come up with the presidential decree, and Blue Halo will be based on a presidential decree. It is not about Blue Halo, the presidential decree on the sustainable financing, on protection and production. So they are working right now. Hopefully, by November, when the government announced about Blue Halo at the G20, president's decree should be in place. So our leaders can announce about that. The third component, the third team, Prof. Mose is basically those who are working on financing. So we are working right now with the financial institution, Ministry of Finance, with many other financial institutions, non-banking institution in Indonesia, to develop financial structure, because all the Blue Halo can only be carried out if we have enough finance, enough budget. And the budget cannot be just rely on the government budget, state budget. So we are working on that. We have come up with we are working with many institutions to come up with evaluation on the dollar value, on the amount of dollar, amount of rupiah that are really needed in developing 11 management area, 32 million hectare MPA. So far, we just focus on the 32 million hectare MPA. Later on, it will be expanded to 99 million hectare MPA. Another group, Prof. Mose, is those who are working with the international community. So we want to, reach out international institution. And as I said before, that on the 13th of November, there will be signing of MOU or cooperation between several institutions, including international institutions. Not NGO, but developing institution, global or global development institution. So they can also support. They have a lot of program, and how their program can be part of or they can involve in the Blue Halo in Indonesia. So basically, at least I can say daily activity is carried out by my organization, Konservasi Indonesia. But we are working very closely with at least 4 kementerian or 4 agencies right now: Ministry of Marine Affairs, coordinating Ministry of Maritime, Menko Maritim, the Bappenas, and the last one is the Ministry of Finance. So we are working with those institutions. Whenever we find out that there's other institution that should be involved, we call it non-department institution. That thing. There are many institutions in Indonesia that have interest, and they can also help in developing this concept. We are working with everyone. So basically, the strategy, Prof. Mose may be considered as a lesson learned, in developing Blue Halo. We started from the beginning. Although we have been about 3 years, it slowly, started for the first time when we started introducing the concept. It is okay, but then because of our condition, COVID, everything, and it slowly it runs a little bit slowly, but then it is accelerated right now. And by the end of this year, there will be more concrete plan in the future. I talked to Pagino, both of us talk about plan to carry out survey in 714, 718. It only took about 2-3 months to make it happen. Before, we don't have money, we try to find it, we sign a collaboration between and Unpati, and finally the survey could be carried out, led by Unpati. I think that's the lesson learned, that everyone should be involved, everyone should be reached out, and happy to should be ready to work with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victor, for the detailed explanation about the Blue Halo. We still have like 15 minutes. If there is more question, please, you can write on the chat box or you can raise hand. And then while waiting for the question, I have short question for you, Victor. Is this great concept or idea is initiated only in Indonesia? If so, will it also apply internationally to other countries?
Yeah, Blue Halo have been adopted in Curaçao. Curaçao is the country in the Caribbean, and Curaçao is the small country, but I think they use Blue Halo because fisheries is the main economic sector in the Curaçao, and they use Blue Halo, develop Blue Halo very well, and even they can create a kind of bond, a Blue Halo bond, by which they can accept international funding to fund the Blue Halo implementation in the Curaçao. And I just heard this by yesterday that Kiribati also is doing that, planning to doing that, and there's also several countries in the Pacific, in a small island state in the Pacific. They are also doing that, based on the fact that they understand, they know it before, they have introduced the concept before, but they just realized that the such a large country of Indonesia is planning to conduct to implement the Blue Halo. Then once we are introduced that we are announced that we are going to have a Blue Halo in Indonesia, and many other countries positively respond. So it is like impact of the Blue Halo announcement in Indonesia, Blue Halo implementation in Indonesia, and many other countries, especially the small country, which are almost fully depending on fisheries. They realize that they need also kind of Blue Halo. Why? The simple reason is because protected area should be managed altogether with the fisheries area, fishing area or fishing ground. And because of that reason, many other countries are also working with us. My organization at the global level, working with us, show the interest that they want to work with us. Even on for the G20, there are some not really formal, official representative from those countries will come to Bali in order to understand and to discuss with us more about how the Blue Halo can be developed in the country to solve that problem, to answer the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any more question? I really wish you all the best.
Thank you so much. I just 1 week. Today is really 1 week returning from that deep valley. You can see my face. You can see my face much better right now.
But you look great, and thanks God, everything's run smoothly.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
If there is no more question, I will close this session, and I ask everybody to give a big applause to Victor, and then I'll give it back to the MC. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gino and Dr. Victor, for an insightful session. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the plenary session, and the end of plenary session marks us to move to the parallel session. On this session, all the participants will be divided in 5 different groups. In five different meeting rooms. At the first group, we will have discussions about fisheries and aquaculture with the moderator, Dr. J. Mamisa. In the second group, we will have discussions about marine biodiversity and conservation with the moderator, Dr. A.Y. Patiasina, Master of Applied Science. The third group, we will have discussions about marine pollution and ocean health with the moderator, Dr. Imelda K. Fitri. And the fourth group, we will have discussions about fisheries processing technology with the moderator, Dr. Insinyur J. A. Patikawa, MSc. And the last group, we will have discussion about ecotourism and will be led by moderator, Insinyur B. G. Hutubesi, MSc. Ladies and gentlemen, our technical staff will preparing different room meeting in the Zoom for different groups, and all participants will access all different classes of different discussion as well, based on the topic. Just a little reminder that after parallel session, we kindly invite you to go back to the main room, so together we will follow the closing ceremony. Thank you.
Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan ketung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkukiling, lain sayang lain ketung satu, membangun Maluku. Kau bukan ketung satu lain, kau bukan sekarang kapan lain. Mari bersaudara, gandum semua ketung jaga tanah Maluku. So hela 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 rotan te, kifa Jawa Jawa berbunyi. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Katung semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar di kampus orang bersaudara.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we remind you, if you have some trouble with joining in breakout rooms, we would like to remind you that in room 1, we will have discussions about fisheries and aquaculture. In the second group, we will have discussions about marine biodiversity and conservation. In the third group, we will have discussions about marine pollution and ocean health. In fourth group, we will have discussions about fisheries processing technology. And in the fifth group, we will have discussions about ecotourism. You can see your topic belongs to what groups, and then you can just go to the breakout rooms and choose your rooms. But if you still couldn't find your rooms, you can just let us know. Thank you.
Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan ketung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkukiling, lain sayang lain ketung satu, bermau bangun Maluku. Kau bukan ketung satu lain, kau bukan sekarang kapan lain. Mari bersaudara, gandum semua, katung jaga tanah Maluku. Syo hela hela, hela rotan tifa Jawa, Jawa babuni. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Katung semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar di kampus orang bersaudara. Kau bukan ketung satu lain, kau bukan sekarang kapan lain. Mari bersaudara, gandum semua, katung jaga tanah Maluku. Syo hela hela, hela rotan tifa Jawa, Jawa babuni. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Katung semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar di kampus Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan ketung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkukele, lain sayang lain ketung satu membangun Maluku. Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan ketung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkukele, lain sayang lain ketung satu membangun Maluku. Kau bukan ketung satu lain, kau bukan sekarang kapan lain. Mari bersaudara, gandum semua ketung jaga tanah Maluku. Syo hela 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 rotan tifa Jawa Jawa berbunyi. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Katung semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar di kampus orang bersaudara. Kau bukan ketung satu lain, kau bukan sekarang kapan lain. Mari bersaudara, gandum semua ketung jaga tanah Maluku. Syo hela 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 rotan tifa Jawa Jawa berbunyi. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Katung semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar di kampus orang bersaudara. Syo hela 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 rotan tifa Jawa Jawa berbunyi. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan ketung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkukele, lain Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan ketung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkeliling, lain sayang lain ketung satu, bermau bangun Maluku. Kau bukan ketung sekolah, kau bukan sekarang kapan lagi. Mari bersaudara, gandum semua ketung jaga tanah Maluku. Syo hela 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 rotan Ifa Jawa Jawa berbunyi. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Katung semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar di kampus orang bersaudara. Kau bukan ketung sekolah, kau bukan sekarang kapan lagi. Mari bersaudara, gandum semua ketung jaga tanah Maluku. Syo hela 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 rotan Tifa Jawa Jawa berbunyi. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Katung semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar di kampus orang bersaudara. Syo hela 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 rotan Ifa Jawa Jawa berbunyi. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Satu tali, mari bergandeng tangan ketung kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkeliling, lain sayang lain ketung satu, bermau bangun Maluku. semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar di kampus orang basudara. Hela 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 rotan Ifa Jawa Jawa bunyi. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan katung bangun kampus orang basudara. Mari berkukele, lain sayang lain katung satu, membangun Maluku. Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan katung bangun kampus orang basudara. Mari berkukele, lain sayang lain katung satu, membangun Maluku. Kau bukan katung sebelah, kau bukan sekarang kapan lagi. Mari basudara, gandum semua katung jaga tanah Maluku. Hela 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 rotan Ifa Jawa Jawa bunyi. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Katung semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar di kampus orang basudara. Kau bukan katung sebelah, kau bukan sekarang kapan lagi. Mari basudara, gandum semua katung jaga tanah.
Recording stopped.
Hela 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 rotan Ifa Jawa
Recording in progress.
Katung semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan ketung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkukeli, lain sayang lain ketung satu, membangun Maluku. Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan ketung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkukeli, lain sayang lain ketung satu, membangun Maluku. Kau bukan ketung satu lain, kau bukan sekarang kapan lain. Mari bersaudara, gandum semua ketung jaga tanah Maluku. So hela 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 rotan Ifa Jawa Jawa babuni. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Katung semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar di kampus orang bersaudara. Kau bukan ketung satu lain, kau bukan sekarang kapan lain. Mari bersaudara, gandum semua ketung jaga tanah Maluku. So hela 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 rotan Tifa Jawa Jawa babuni. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Katung semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar di kampus orang bersaudara. So hela 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 rotan Ifa Jawa Jawa babuni. Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan katung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkukeli, lain sayang lain katung satu, membangun Maluku. Satu tali bersaudara, mari bergandeng tangan katung bangun kampus orang bersaudara. Mari berkukeli, lain sayang lain katung satu, membangun Maluku. Kalau bukan katung sebelah, kalau bukan sekarang kapan lagi? Mari bersaudara, gandum semua katung jaga tanah Maluku. Syo hela 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 rotan tifa Jawa Jawa babuni. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Katung semua satu suku, satu tanah air, satu bangsa Indonesia. Kuatkan tekad, terus belajar di kampus orang bersaudara. Kalau bukan katung sebelah, kalau bukan sekarang kapan lagi? Mari bersaudara, gandum semua katung jaga tanah Maluku. Syo hela 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 rotan tifa Jawa Jawa babuni. Hela rotan sudah putus kunjung dua berkudapan. Katung sama